A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Yes, it's the Goldbergs. And now, the Goldbergs. The tonic that the Goldbergs needed after the Allisons' departure arrived in the person of Seymour's sister, Bertie. Young Seymour has been writing indiscreet letters home to Mama, all about his sincere and undying affection for Rosie Goldberg. And Sister Bertie came up to Glastonbury to nip this fancy in the bud. She says Seymour is not going to throw his life away, and Bertie has letters to use as evidence. Well, the Goldbergs were astounded while Seymour and Bertie went at it hammer and tongs, and now in the evening we hear...
Stop it!
Sorry. Stop laughing.
You're laughing yourself, Paul.
Rosalie, I'm coughing.
Your first love affair, Rosie.
Stop it. It wasn't as funny as yours was.
What's the conversation about?
Nothing.
Forget the cards? I thought you were going to play cards.
What's funny about being humiliated? That's what I want to know.
Nothing, Rosalie.
Seymour that was humiliated.
He loves you, Rosie.
I don't want him to love me.
Can he help it?
Well, that's why I don't want you to laugh, because you can't help it, and it's hopeless.
Ah, pity is akin to love, Rosie.
Well, you should know.
All right, please, quiet. I said quiet instantly.
Get the cards, Rosie, and don't be a ninny.
Come here, Rosalie. And kiss Papa, too.
Go, Rosalie. No? So, to change your face? Go. Give Papa a kiss. No?
I want everyone to be nice to him.
Why not? I'll give Seymour a raise and a promotion, and I'll make him an executive at the moon.
Pop, please.
Oh, he'll misinterpret your generosity, Pa, and think...
Think what?
Anything.
What?
He might think you're interceding for him, and, well, it's possible he might think you return his affection.
Sammy.
If he deserves the raise, he should have it, no matter what he thinks.
Oh, you better tell that to his sister before she leaves.
Again, I'm repeating myself. I'm repeating myself. Get the card. And I want silence on this present subject.
Mama wants silence on this present subject.
Laugh if you want to laugh. Go on, laugh.
Can I help it?
Get the card. Get the card. Get the card. Get the card. Get the card.
Where are you going?
Let's see what Rosalie's doing. Everybody told us to call it for you.
Pa, Rosie's all right. You hear what she said?
What do you mean, Samuel, what you said?
Said she's sorry for him because he loves her and is hopeless.
Is she different from your mother, Samuel? Cut from the same piece. It's possible your mother married me because she was sorry for me. Molly, maybe you married me because you were sorry for me?
Maybe.
How will I ever know?
Why do you have to know? Pass the card, Sammy.
Was it love or pity, Molly, huh?
What do you think?
How is it possible to know when love and pity are twins?
Maybe the way you start out isn't so important as the way you end up.
What do you think, Molly?
Please, I'm playing cards, Jake. Tassel.
You tackle, Molly, you tackle. What do you think, Molly?
For me, their love is concerned, everything is important. The end as well as the beginning. Ends and means, Jake. Ends and means.
What do you mean, ends and means?
I mean that the end comes out of the way it does because the beginning begins the way it does.
Hear your mother, Sammy? Words of wisdom.
You asked me, Drake, so I'm telling you.
Did I say something?
You're laughing.
Is laughing so forbidden in this house?
Play.
Molly, darling, speak out. I'm listening with both ears.
Play if you're playing, please.
Mom is mad, Sammy. Mom is mad.
What do you mean, Ma?
Ask Papa.
If I insulted you, Molly, forgive me. Pity me and love me.
I pity you.
Love me too and tell me what you meant.
I only meant that everything you do changes you. And when you change, so you're different. And when you're different, the end comes out from the beginning to the finish. And if they're playing cards, please, I want to play cards. If not, I'm going in the kitchen. I got plenty to do. I don't have to sit. I don't have to sit here and laugh and tear him out. I got plenty to do in the kitchen. I got plenty of chores to do. I got to mix my baking. I got stocking cement. I got buttons to put on. I got plenty to do. Plenty. The play, so let's play.
Very well, Molly. Very well.
How many cards go to the casino?
4.
4 cards. That's just it. I could do plenty. I got to stir myself up. I got to make biscuits.
4 in the middle.
I know. We're playing casino, so I know 4 in the middle. Look already, the good 10 is in the middle. All right, so pick up your cards. Pick up, Sammy, pick up your cards. Oh, let me see what I have here. Let me see. Maybe we should better play Jim Rummy.
Come on.
Oh, let me see. One goes out. Oh, no. So I'll play the 7. 7 of spades. You play, Family.
Queen of hearts.
Can't we ever get away from hearts?
Why should we do? And what is there to laugh about hearts?
Is it a crime to laugh in this house, Molly?
No, it's not a crime. Nobody's head. But laughing and laughing in the right place. But everything is a place and a time. Rosalie was right. And I'm glad to see that she can see what we can't see. Wrong to laugh about hearts.
Hey, Molly. When better sentimentalists are born, you'll be the mother of them.
And what's wrong with sentiment, Jay?
It's too rosy, Molly.
Oh, Jay. With the world the way it is, Jake, I don't think people can afford to laugh about hearts. Seymour and Rosie are children, and they act like children. But does that mean that what Seymour feels is funny? His heart spoke to him. It was a childish heart, but it spoke sincerely. And he wrote letters to his mother telling him how he felt about Rosie.
A ray of sunshine came into my life, he wrote.
And what is like a ray of sunshine, Jay? Maybe too many years have passed already, and you can no longer remember that I was your ray of sunshine.
You were, Molly. Who told you?
You did?
I did.
Oh, play already, please. I'm getting nervous already. Play already. Foolishness.
Look out, Kim. Look out.
You're looking for something, Rosalie?
Yes.
What?
I'll find it.
Maybe I can help you.
Maybe Mama can help you.
I'm looking for my...
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 Help you.
I'm looking for my book.
Take your car, Sammy.
I'll tell him.
Did you have my book, Sammy?
Nope.
Well, somebody must have taken it, and it was right in here.
Look, Rosalie, darling, if you look around slowly and carefully without getting excited, so you'll find it.
Your place, huh?
My play?
Yes, Papa's play.
No, let me see,
Did you see my book, Ma?
Huh? No, darling, I didn't saw it.
Well, somebody must have seen it.
Maybe Seymour took it to have something that belonged to you.
Stop it!
Oh.
Stop it!
Rosalie, please. Please, I'm sitting down for a moment to relax myself from a whole day. Rosalie, please. Please, don't be so unhumorous. Please, darling.
Enough is enough, don't you think so?
I so put away the cards already. That's all I need now. Casanova.
Come in, Seymour.
Excuse me. Good night.
Oh, Rosalie.
You're crying, Miss Goldberg.
Good night.
Rosalie, please, excuse me, Seymour. Rosalie, please.
I'm sorry, Miss Goldberg. It's so upset, Mr. Goldberg. Mr. Goldberg, I just brought over all the letters I wrote to my mother. I want you to read them and decide for yourself.
Decide what, Seymour?
Well, it's a very delicate question, Mr. Goldberg.
Oh, I'll be delicate.
I want you to read these letters, and
why should I read your letters?
I want to know whether the sincere feeling I have for your daughter can make up for my other limitations.
And if so, so what?
In that case, I want your candid answer.
In that case, you shall have it, Seymour.
Then, am I eligible? That's all I want to know. Am I eligible?
Seymour stands there, embarrassed, but determined to face the truth. Puppy love is riding him hard, and as he waits for Jake's reply, his eyes widen like a pair of saucers.
The Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation brings you Crime Photographer.
Hi, Ethelbert.
Hello, Casey.
What did you think of the royal wedding?
Oh, Casey, it's a shame. I couldn't get off to go to it.
You? You mean you got an invitation?
sure. I've known him for years.
You know Mountbatten?
Mountbatten?
Yeah.
No, I mean Henry Royal. You know him, the cop on the beat here.
Oh, I thought for a minute you were famous.
Oh, Casey, but Ethelbert is. You know, he works for Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tony Marvin. Every week at this time, the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, and its more than 10,000 employees bring you another adventure of Casey, crime photographer, ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Written by Alonzo Dean Cole, our adventure for tonight, Earned Reward. 8:00 in the evening, the Blue Note Cafe. Casey, camera slung over his shoulder and a heavy equipment case resting beside his high stool, is sitting at the bar when a little man carrying a similar press camera and photographer's case enters from the street.
Hello, Casey.
Shorty, glad to see you, fella.
I thought I'd find you here.
Hey, you wanted to see me?
Didn't you think I'd be looking you up? This is payday. You lent me $100 last week, Casey, so here's 10 of it back.
Put that dough back in your pocket. Your kid's still in the hospital.
But she's okay now. Came through the operation swell.
That's good.
And the missus made me promise I'd give you this today. That Santuary pulled us out of a mighty tough spot.
Now, you tell the missus to forget it for a while. If one camera guy can't help another without women butting in, it's too bad.
Okay, Casey.
Going on a job, Joey?
Oh, just a political meeting in the old Caledonian Hall on Farley Street.
Oh, one of those backstage fillers, huh?
Yeah.
Well, after the beat you got on that Bernstein killing, you can afford to sit back for a while.
I got the break of a lifetime on that Bernstein job, didn't I?
Yeah, I'll say you did. You were only a few feet away when Joe Mosley shot him.
Oh, not that close. Mosley had made his getaway before I could get a real hot shot of him. But I got swell close up to Bernstein lying in the gutter before the cops showed up.
Yeah, you know, it's too bad hot pictures like that were wasted.
What do you mean, wasted?
They should have been running a good paper like the Express instead of that lousy sheet you work for.
Oh, nuts to you. Here you are, Casey.
Thanks, Ethelbert. You know Shorty Irwin of the Globe, don't you?
Sure. Hiya, Shorty. Oh, fine, Ethelbert. Casey tells me you're the guy who beat him and all the other press photographers on the Bernstein murder. Yeah, that was my lucky day. Say, I see a reward's been offered for information leading to the capture of Joe Mosley, who shot Bernstein.
Yeah, $5,000.
That's a nice piece of change. I could sure use it.
You and me both.
I hear the cops been looking for him almost 2 weeks now without finding hide or hair of him. He's a smart cookie.
Just a dumb, kill-crazy gorilla who's had a lot of luck and a clever, crooked lawyer for a brother. And now, when the cops catch him, even a mouthpiece like his brother Frank can't save him from the chair after that Bernstein job.
Frank usually has some shyster trick up his sleeve, Casey. He'll go all out to save Joe like he did for his other brother, Tony. Got him out after 2 years. Hey, there's 3 Mosley brothers? Oh, sure. Tony was a camera guy like Casey and me, Ethelbert, on the old Inquirer, until he got caught doing a blackmail business on the side. He got 2 years for that. Should have had 10.
Yeah, he's back in this town now, running a little photo studio on the south side. I guess he's been keeping his nose clean, though.
I wouldn't lay any bets on that. And say, I gotta get down to East Farley Street.
Yeah, I gotta be moving toward the office.
I'll see you guys later. And, I'm much obliged, Casey.
Forget it, Shorty. Do my best to Mrs. the kid, huh?
I will. So long.
So long, fella. So long.
So long, Shorty. Nice little guy, Shorty Irwin.
Yeah, he's tough.
I hear his kid's been sick.
She's okay now, he says.
Oh, that's good. One of the fellas on his paper tells me he's had an awful lot of expense with her. Said Shorty even had to hock his life insurance to raise dough. Did you hear that?
No, I didn't.
He was thanking you for something when he went out. Casey...
he was thanking me for a tip on a horse I gave him.
Oh. The tips you give out on horses don't call for gratitude. They call for revenge.
Not you. Well, I gotta be going. Put this sandwich on the cup, Ethelbert, will you? After Annie and I stepped out last week, angel face. I'm a little short.
Okay.
Well, so long.
So long. Well, here comes Miss Williams.
Oh, hello, Annie.
Hi there. Hey, Casey, there's a big fire downtown, and City Guest told me to pick you up and get down there right away.
What kind of fire? Where downtown?
An old frame tenement house. People are trapped in
Hey,
it.
that's front page stuff.
Sure, come on. It's on East Farley Street.
East Farley Street?
Yeah.
Holy smoke. The shorty's already on his way there. That little mug will see that fire and get another beat on me.
Well, he's a pal of yours, Casey. What do you...
I got no pals when it comes to getting pictures. Come on, Ann. We gotta make this fire before that shrimp gets all the gravy. Annie, we missed the best part of it. Another 5 minutes, they'll have the fire out.
Boy, it must have gone up like a haystack.
Shorty probably got it while the blaze was at its best. He had a head start, too. Well, take another shot. It won't be any good.
Well, hurry up. I want to find a fire captain and get some dope on the people who are trapped in there.
Okay. All right, come on. Captain Glennon ought to be in charge. Yeah, there he is. Hey, Cap!
Hello, Casey. You just got here?
Yeah. Hey, was Shorty Irwin here while it was going good?
Yeah. I saw Shorty working his camera all over the place.
Yeah, Annie, I knew it.
Hey, Captain Glennon, the report we got was that several people were trapped in this tenement.
We think one man was caught in there, but no one else.
Oh, one man?
A neighborhood bum who... Hey, Stanley, straighten out that number 2 hose line. Okay, Cap.
You say the man was a neighborhood bum, Captain?
Well, that's our guess, Miss Williams. This tenement had been condemned and was empty. An unidentified man was seen going into it tonight. Probably some poor devil who had no other place to sleep. Screams were heard from the rear, but we couldn't make any attempt at rescue.
That's your story to phone in, Annie. Can't get any more until the ashes are cool enough for men to go in there.
That won't be long. The way we watered this place, you better stick around.
Yeah, we will.
Yeah, well, thanks for everything, Cap. See you later.
So long, Casey.
Hey, where are you going, Casey?
To the roof, one of those tenements back there. And May got a high-angle shot. Maybe Shorty didn't. Look at that. Come on.
Okay.
There's an alley here that we can cut through and see the time.
It's terribly dark.
Yeah, these buildings here cut off what's left of the fire glow.
I can't see a thing right here.
Neither can I. I've got a guiding sense in the dark. Anyhow, give me a hand. I'll help you. Oh!
Ow! Hey, what's the matter?
Something in the something. Almost broke my big toe. Look at it. With this box.
Did that kick you gave it make your toe feel better?
I don't see anything funny.
I don't see anything at all.
All right, come on. We haven't got all night.
Oh!
Look, what's the animal?
I just stumbled into something. Hey, Casey, I almost fell, and I touched something warm and soft.
What?
Yeah, light a match. Light a match and see what it is.
Okay. Good Lord.
Hey, it's a man. Man lying on his face in blood.
Here, hold the match while I get a look.
Okay.
The guy's still warm. Send him over and see.
Casey!
It's Shorty Irwin.
Yeah, Shorty Irwin.
Oh, wait a minute. He's not breathing.
Oh, the match is gone out.
Never mind the matches. Run back to the end of this alley and find a cop. Have somebody phone Logan at homicide and hurry.
Yeah, okay, Casey.
And get a doctor, Annie, quick. Maybe Shorty isn't dead.
Yeah, I will.
The guy's got a wife and a sick kid and he was broke. Who could have shot him? Who and why? What? Who's there? This is me, Jay. Only me. All I know, Logan, is that I heard somebody moving just behind me, and then something hit me.
According to the doc, it must have been the butt of a gun.
Casey, we thought at first that you were dead, too.
What? Shorty is dead, huh?
Yeah. 38 slug got him in the back. Went through his heart.
Who could have killed a harmless little guy like him?
The same one who slugged you, Casey, from the looks of things.
Yeah, but who was the killer, Logan? Haven't you found any leads?
Not yet.
How long have I been out?
Almost half an hour, Casey. Gee, I'm so worried.
It's all right, kid. I'm okay. Born with a thick skull.
Hey, you knew Irwin pretty well, Casey. Can't you think of some reason why...
There wasn't any reason, Logan.
Now, don't question Casey now, Captain Logan. The doctor says he's got to go to the hospital.
Hospital? Oh, no. Forget it, Annie. Logan, you remember Shorty got a beat on the Bernstein murder. Maybe Mosley thought Shorty got a picture that would help strap him in the chair.
Now, forget about Mosley, pal. He's dead.
Who's dead?
Joe Mosley.
He was the man who died in the tenement fire.
Joe Mosley?
Yeah. Fireman dragged out a charred body shortly after you were socked. It was lying just inside what was under the back door. Here's what they found on it.
That watch has Joe Mosley's name engraved on the case, Casey. And the diamond ring has his initials inside.
And there was some fancy bridge work in the mouth of the remains that I'm pretty sure was Mosley's. It replaced some teeth that I personally had the pleasure of knocking out when he resisted arrest one time.
And he was hiding out in that abandoned tenement.
Yeah. And now the state won't have to burn him.
Well, then who killed Shorty?
We'll find out.
Yeah. Well, I gotta get back to the office. Joe Mosley's death and poor Shorty's murder make feature stuff. These bum pictures I got of this fire.
No, you're waiting here for the ambulance.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Oh, now, Casey,
Logan, give me my
please.
camera and my plate case.
Hey, listen, pal, you ought to take
We're nuts. Where's my stuff?
Well, here's your tools.
Casey, don't...
Why should I go to the hospital? Lie there and think about that nice little guy, Shorty Irwin. Some louse shot in the back.
You're not fit to be working, Casey.
That's
Even
all right.
City Death wants you to go home and let somebody
Will you
else...
lay off, please? Look, wait a minute, will you? I'm trying to develop these films that I shot. You got no business in the darkroom anyway, Annie.
Okay, if you want me to go on.
I'm sorry, kid. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that.
Okay, I know. I understand.
Let's see what I got here. Hey, I don't remember shooting anything from this angle. Let me see another. Annie. I didn't take these pictures.
What?
But there's a shot here of... Get on the phone outside and call Logan right away.
Sure, but what's it all about, Casey? What have you found?
I won't be sure until I made a print of this negative. But I think I've got a picture of Shorty Irwin's murderer.
Our story will continue in just a moment. Do you know how to make breakfast toast more appealing, more satisfying? Well, here's a gratifyingly simple trick. Set out a lot of jams, jellies, and marmalades. Now, not just one, but a wide selection. And see how your family responds to that symphony of taste and luscious color. And see how they smile and reach for another golden slice of toast and another. And it's so good for them, too. Now, that's the way to start the morning right. That's the simple way to supply quick energy for an active day. Yes, you can add a magic touch to any ordinary meal when you serve a gleaming assortment of fine preserves, jellies, and jams for breakfast. Now, quite naturally, the packers of these fine foods, the preserve industry of today, bring you their colorful products packed in glass. And they know, as you do, that glass completely safeguards wholesomeness and flavor. And crystal clear glass provides a rainbow of color on your table. Anchor glass containers and modern anchor hocking sealing methods bring you flavor at its peak. Anchor glass containers and Anchor caps are both products of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass.
How'd you get this picture, Casey?
Logan, I didn't get it. Shorty got it. Look, what did you do with the other equipment case, Logan? The one that you thought was Shorty's. I must have been so groggy.
We opened it and found it empty. All the film's gone.
That explains everything. Look, what do you see in this picture I brought you?
Two guys walking up an alley with their backs turned.
But one of them is looking around over his shoulder. You can see his face.
And it's the face of Joe Mosley.
Yeah, you're right. In spite of the watch, the ring, the bridge work, Joe Mosley wasn't burned up in that fire because Irwin was killed after the fire was almost out.
That's right, Captain. It wasn't Mosley's body that was found.
No, it was just some poor devil of Joe Mosley's size. With his stuff planted on him, teeth and all.
Yeah, sure. And the old gag was pulled so good I almost fell for it.
Almost? Well, you did fall for it, pal. Joe Mosley's brother, Frank, the lawyer's a smart guy. Frank knew that Joe couldn't beat the Bernstein rap once you cops got your miss on it. It was only possible out. To make you think that he was dead, so he framed that fire.
You think the other guy in this picture is Joe's brother, Frank?
Sure. His face doesn't show, but he's Frank's build.
If we can prove Frank was with Joe, we can nail him, too, as accessory. I've always wanted to get that tricky shite.
Well, look, here's what I think happened.
Yeah?
Joe Mosley went into that tenement tonight and planted his watch, ring, and an extra set of bridge work on another guy who'd been smuggled in there unseen, probably doped or already dead. And then started the fire, yelled a couple of times after the fire got going, and sneaked out the back way into that alley, where his brother Frank was waiting to see that everything went according to plan.
Yeah, but where does Shorty Irwin fit in?
Shorty went into the alley for the same reason I did, Logan. Get a picture of the fire from a new angle. We saw Joe and Frank up the alley where the fire glow made it bright. We probably thought of that $5,000 reward. The camera told us that his first instinct was to get a picture first. He called the cops afterwards. Where Shorty snapped his shutter and started to run. Putting the films he just exposed into his case as he ran.
And then Joe shot him in the back. And he was about to take the films from Shorty's case when we came into the alley.
That's it, Ann. And the box that I stumbled over was really Shorty's equipment case. After Joe slugged me, he took the films from my case thinking that they were Shorty's.
That must be the way it happened. So now we still have to find Joe and Frank Mosley.
Yeah. I think I know how to get both of them. Where?
What do you mean?
All you gotta do, Logan. Wait a minute. Before I pass out any more information, Logan, I want an understanding about that $5,000 reward.
Reward?
Yeah, I want it. I want it all. No divvies with you or any other cop.
You rat.
Huh?
A pal of yours has been bumped off, and you'll help nail the guys who killed him only if you can collect $5,000.
Logan.
You heard him, Miss Williams.
You honestly
In my racket, we know what guys will do for money.
Okay. I said I want the $5,000 and no divvies.
I don't make any deals.
No, out for the pot yourself now that I've shown a lot of cards.
No, but I'd have a legitimate right to be out for it. I wasn't a personal friend of Shorty Irwin.
You lout. Okay. I'm playing this my own way. And I'll see you later, Logan.
Hey, Casey, wait for me.
I'm not waiting for anybody. And the next time I see you, Logan, I think I'll knock your teeth out.
Casey, where are you going?
Get in my car, Annie. Go home, please.
I'm going with you. You know, Logan didn't mean what he said.
Didn't he?
No, he couldn't have. He spoke of it so suddenly, Casey, out of a clear sky. It took him by surprise. And, why are you so interested in that reward?
You figure it out for yourself, honey. There's a car. Better take a cab home.
I'm not going home. I'm going with you.
Okay, if you want to stick your neck out, get in.
I don't think I'll enjoy your company, but I will go along with you to satisfy my curiosity.
Your neck and your curiosity.
Where are we going?
To the south side and through red light.
What's on the south side?
A photographer's studio. Run by a guy who calls himself Jackson.
Now that you've thought out enough to tell me that one of Joe Mosley's brothers runs Jackson's studio, I would like
Annie,
to know...
wait a minute. I'm sorry I acted like a heel to you, but with Logan, he made me so sore.
Well, say sore at Logan if you want to, but will you explain why you're going to call on this Jackson, who is really Tony Mosley?
Well, Frank Mosley will want to have the films that Joe thinks that he took from Shorty's kids developed to make sure that they have the incriminating picture. And Tony... Mosley brother number 3 is the logical guy to do it.
But they took the films in the alley, it's over an hour ago.
I know. I don't think Frank would take a chance just driving to his place in a beeline. Laying even money that we get to Tony's about the same time they do.
Well, if you're right, you can't capture a killer like Joe Mosley single-handed.
Give you odds on that.
Casey, you don't even carry a gun.
Got one tonight. Borrowed it before we left headquarters.
Oh.
Well, Tony's joint's just up this block across the street. Parked right here.
Studio's upstairs, place, huh?
Yeah, on the second floor.
Hardly anyone on the street. No policemen. Look, we can't take a chance on going up there.
We're not going up there, Annie. You're staying right in the car.
Oh, no.
Yes, honey, look, I want you to be out here watching. If you don't see me come outside in 5 minutes, you make for that drugstore in the corner and phone the cops.
Well, yeah, okay.
All right, but if you have to call them in, make it very clear that I'm not splitting that reward.
Well, have you developed every film, Tony?
Every exposed one you brought me, Frank.
Sure, there's nothing but pictures of the fire here.
I see. Maybe I rubbed out that little guy for nothing, Frank.
Yeah, but we saw him with his camera pointed at us in that alley. Yeah, you're so brainless, you rubbed out Bernstein before witnesses. But even a lawyer like me can't make a jury believe you didn't do it.
Now I think you've done something dumber than usual. Only I can't figure out what.
Stop calling me dumb,
Frank. Shut up, you screwball. Now let me think. Now then that other guy, the one you slugged in the alley. You don't know who he was?
How could I know? It was pitch dark.
With a girl, you told me. Didn't you hear them say something that...
Hey, she called the guy, Casey, I think it was. He seemed to know the guy I just shot.
She called the guy Casey, Joe?
Yeah,
I know. Casey, Morning Express. Sure, he's the answer. He'd carry an equipment case. Those were his films you got, Joe.
Then the film you wanted, Frank?
The cops probably have it by now.
Hey, we gotta make tracks and fast.
Then get out of my studio. Here, quick. I don't want to be mixed up in your murder.
Yeah, we're going, Tony, we're going. But burn those films you developed and forget your thoughts tonight.
No one will learn anything out of me, Frank. But you and Joe get out.
Get out.
Come on, Frank. Wait a minute.
That auto horn.
Broke the signal.
What do you mean?
We left a lookout in the car, Tony. That horn meant somebody's coming up here.
Cops to trail you to my place.
No. That signal don't mean cops. So I'll open the door quick. You take care of whoever's coming up the stairs, but no shooting unless you have to.
Yeah, okay. I open the door. Pick up your message, guy. Quick. Drop that gat in your hand. I'll let you have it.
Okay. Never had any luck packing a rod.
Shut up and step inside and keep quiet.
Frank, it's Casey.
I know.
How are you, Frank? Hello, Tony. Mug with a gun, of course, is brother Joe.
What were you doing on them stairs?
Coming up to have Tony take my picture.
A wise guy, ain't
Shut
you?
up, Joe. Where's the film, Casey?
What film?
Come clean. I figured out what happened.
Yeah, I guess you have. The cops have the film, Frank, and the cops have this joint surrounded right now.
Frank. Now take it easy, Tony. That bluff won't work, Casey. We have a lookout on the street who would have let us know if any cops were around. Just as he tipped us to expect you.
Oh, yeah. Should have thought of that. That sock on the head Joe gave me didn't do my brains much good.
You're going to get more than a sock on the head this time, wise guy.
That's right. I can guess why you had a hunch to come here, Casey. You can't figure out why you were sap enough to come along. You know, you put yourself in quite a spot now.
You better not pull any rough stuff, Frank. I wasn't such a sap as you
Hold
think.
it.
Someone's coming up the stairs, Frank.
I hear him. This guy makes a whisper, Joe. You know what to do.
Yeah. The Schultz didn't give us any signal. What?
Yeah, Schultz is north. Go on, let him in.
Oh, you look at it.
Yeah.
Let me in, guys.
Okay, Schultz.
Hey, who's the dame with you?
Casey.
Annie.
Get in there, lady.
All right.
I saw the big guy leave this skirt in the car when he started up here, boss. So after I gave you the signal, I kept an eye on her. She started toward the drugstore with the telephone a minute ago.
You put a gun in my back, Casey.
That's all right.
Well, you've done a nice job, Schultz. Well, Casey, if it depended on this girl to bring the cops, she won't now.
I'm sorry, Casey.
You two have acted so dumb in coming here alone. I got an idea you've been even dumber. If you didn't turn that film over to the cops.
You're wrong, Frank. Captain Logan of Homicide has got that
Nuts.
film.
If he knew about it, he'd have come here with you. Now, listen. You listen to me. Where is that film?
Casey just told
You're going
you
to tell us the truth. Tell us where it is. All right. Joe, you know how to make them talk.
Yeah, I know.
And start with the dame.
Right now.
Let her go. Keep the guy covered, Schultz. Hey, he was too slow. Right? Break his way out, boss. Get my gun.
Go. I'll fix him, Frank.
Casey, look out!
Got it.
Now, Mr. Casey won't bother us for a long time.
Mug socked me before I KO'd him with my gat. Oh, when Doc Joe Mosley gets away with it, I'm going to beat his head in.
No, don't hit him again.
Just
don't.
watch me. Hey, what's this? Joe's been shot. Come up, you guys. Stop! Come up! Hey, the rest of them at the door.
When your lookout came up here with Miss Williams, Mosley, it gave me a chance to post my man.
You killed Joe. You killed my brother.
I'd save the state expense. And if you make a move that gives me any excuse, I'll save it another bill for juice. Get the cuffs on him, boys.
Logan, how did you know we came here?
There's no way of keeping you quiet tonight, is there, Keith? You've recovered from another knockout.
My head.
Casey.
That's all right, Eddie. I'm okay. Logan, I ask you, how did you know?
I simply followed your car, you sap. You didn't think I'd let a bloodsucker like you collect the $5,000 reward.
I see. That's all yours, Logan. You won it. You earned it. Only
you wanted it. For Shorty Irwin's widow. Well, she's going to get it.
Logan.
I knew that was your idea from the first. And I got sore at you for trying to make a deal with me instead of coming clean. Shorty's picture earned that reward for his family, no matter what anyone did afterward. And the next time you infer that I'd cheat a widow and a kid, I'll knock your teeth out.
Okay, Logan. I got it coming. Only just the teeth, please. Please don't anybody sock me on the head again tonight.
We'll join the crowd at the Blue Note in just a moment. It's just a week to Thanksgiving and a real old-fashioned turkey dinner with all the fixings. And to make that fine meal even finer, serve plenty of delicious oven-baked side dishes. You know, there are so many tasty dishes that'll make your dinner look better and taste better when they're baked in Fire King oven glass. Sweet potatoes, baked onions, baked tomatoes, cornbread, pies, and puddings. Why, your family will enjoy those steaming casserole dishes when they come to the table warm, fragrant, and appetizing in beautiful pale blue Fire King oven glass. And it cuts down the work after the meal because Fire King oven glass is so amazingly easy to clean. Now, you'll find Fire King oven glass at 5 and 10 cent stores, department stores, and all other stores selling household glass. Fire King prices are amazingly low, and every piece is guaranteed for 2 years against oven breakage. Fire King oven glass is a product of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass.
Hello, Miss Williams. Captain Logan.
Hello, Ethelbert.
Say, where's Casey?
He's home in bed, Ethelbert, on Dr. Logan's orders.
You sent the guy to bed, Captain?
That's right, Ethelbert. And the 2 men I assigned to take him home have orders to make sure that's where he goes. What's so funny?
Hey, look who's coming in the door with those bandages on his head.
What? Casey!
Hiya, folks. Meet my pal.
Sergeant, I thought I told you to see that Casey...
Wait a minute, Logan. That's not their fault.
What do you mean?
They brought me here. This is where I told them I live.
Why, all right. Set him up, Ethelbert. A guy who earns a $5,000 reward can afford to pay for it. These are on you, Casey.
$5,000?
Ethelbert, can you lend me $5 more? I'm still flat.
Crime Photographer, starring Stotts Cotsworth as Casey, is brought to you each Thursday by the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, makers of Fire King oven glass, Anchor glass containers, Anchor caps and closures. All products of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass. Crime Photographer is directed by John Deep. The original music is by Archie Blyer, and the program features Miss Jan Miner as Anne and John Gibson as Ethelbert. Herman Chittison is the Blue Note pianist. This is Tony Marvin saying goodnight for the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, with offices in all principal cities of the United States and Canada. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
It's 2:30 in the afternoon. Into the police station. In fact, it's almost 4 hours too early to start the night watch. I received a hurry-up call, so let's wheel on over to the desk and see what's up. Hi, Lieutenant.
Hi, Don.
Sergeant Perkins wants you in the briefing room right away.
Okay.
You might give him this report. That's what it's all about.
Okay, fine. Thanks very much. Well, here's the deal. 8-year-old boy missing from home since yesterday noon. Possibly maybe victim of foul play. Well, that was the reason for the rush call. By the way, I'm a police recorder, and my name is Don Reed, and you're following us here on this investigation. As you do, remember one thing. The people you hear are not actors. This is it. This is real. This is what happens on the night watch.
Indian type.
Night Watch, the actual on-the-scene report of your police force in action. There are no actors. There is no script. Every voice, every sound is authentic. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. Night Watch is presented with the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California. W.N. Hildebrand, Chief. We switch you now to the Detective Bureau and your police recorder, Don Reed.
Green stripe.
You're listening to Sergeant Ron Perkins, who has been assigned by Chief Hildebrand to organize the search for this missing boy. Now, gathered here in the briefing room are the fire chief and his assistants, as well as the chief of police, who will assume personal command in the field.
About 6:30 in the evening at Labadona Creek in Overland area. So we'll go on down to that point and work out of that point. We can start dispatching in both directions. Okay.
Some poles and lights and walkie-talkies. You have available enough? Oh, yeah, we got right.
We got enough to come in here.
We'll take one truck down there.
Well, that's our starting point. So let's move out to the La Bolona Creek area and set up headquarters. It's 3 p.m. right now, and we're located on a high bluff overlooking the creek. Now, here's a picture. Just looking overhead, the sky is very overcast and threatening rain. And if it does, well, this creek will become a raging torrent in a matter of minutes. Now, couple this with the fact that there's less than, I should judge, about 2 hours of daylight left. You can see the reason for our anxiety. Now, Sergeant Perkins is talking to members of the fire and police department, so let's move right in on that conversation.
The motor officers will take the pavement. They'll ride the creek on the pavement. I see. And I've got these 4 boys here. You can take 2 with each crew, and they can check in the culverts and that part of it.
Well, now, we've got some our pike poles and also grappling hooks. Rope along. In case needed.
Yeah, it should be in any of the deep pools. Ought to check out the deep pools.
We won't find a deep one until we get below Inglewood. There's some pretty good down there. There's one right down here, ways just below that dam, but these things will easily reach it. Yeah. But below Inglewood, you see, we get a couple pretty good ones down there. You can't get too near the center of them. We may have to drag those, you know.
Well, why don't you go down and check that area?
We'll call you back and tell you where the deep pools are at.
Right. Okay. And you'll have 2 of your motors check the west east end of
the upper end of the creek.
Okay. Yeah. Fine. Well, if you want to do that, then we'll start these from here.
Yeah.
Captain Wilson, you've got the lifeguard coming in from.
Lifeguard service is coming in from the ocean up Bolona Creek, so they meet the firemen going down this way to the ocean.
Fine. Well, we got it pretty well covered here. Englander, would you stand by here and be the contact here at the present time? Mark, and we'll meet you here. When the hot rodders start coming down, start fanning them out through the hills. Right?
All the way up?
All through the hills. Yeah. Cover every part of it they possibly can.
All right.
Mike, would you and Bob... I told Bob to work it from here because the hot rod clubs will be coming down. We've got the whole creek area covered now. And then if the hot rod clubs come down, would you handle the part of it up through the hills?
Well, you want to have them go in car?
Yeah, hot rod cars, and they take 2 or 3 fellows in each car, and they can fan out on foot and look in the culverts and stuff like that, too.
In other words, you got a group run this way towards the beach.
We got the whole thing with both ways on the creek. We got the lifeguards coming in from the ocean, and we've got the motor officers handling the part they can down there on the pavement, and the fire department's handling this rough stuff through here.
We're going to have communication.
Yes, you've got... Here's another walkie-talkie right there. We can use that one right there.
I can go in the opposite direction from the other walkie-talkie.
Give us this one. Mike and I can go.
Yeah, we're going to take the Hot Rod Association and go up in the hills. Well, do you know when they're going to... You know when they're going to be down?
No, I don't, Captain. I don't know. I understand to be here after 4 o'clock. That's the only information we have.
this little fall's been going on an awful long time.
I'll tell you what we don't have covered. We don't have this area from the bridge up to where the pavement starts. So if any of the officers come down, get them going on that area there. On both sides of the creek up to where the pavement starts. The motors are going to take the pavement right, the culvert's clear on in.
Well, the search has been set up. Units have been dispatched. As I'm looking out here below the creek, the fire companies are out, moving along the creek with grappling hooks. I heard someone say it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Well, I guess that's probably true. Nevertheless, the search will continue as long as it's humanly possible. In other words, there's a boy missing somewhere. We'll find him. You probably can hear a radio going off in the background. Actually, that is a fire unit down here that is sending directions to the various mobile units that are operating here in the field. Behind me now, Lieutenant Conlon is conferring with Chief Hildebrand, so let's get over there.
These waterfalls are coming out into the creek. Got very dangerous gas in it. And nobody can go in that unless they got gas masks on. And if they go back up 200 or 300 feet into that, they become asphyxiated and die. So I've talked to this Mr. Jones up here. He's got men coming out with gas equipment to go back up in and check this for 400 to 500 feet. I better broadcast the units, not to have anybody going there but until we have a control. 5-0 to Control 1.
You're calling, go ahead.
5-0 to Control 1. Will you notify all units involved in the search down here to notify all of the men not to enter any closed culvert. Not to enter any closed culvert. We have an expert coming down from the flood control that will check them out for sewage gas prior to anyone entering.
5-0, roger. Control 1 to all units. All units.
While this call is being relayed to the other units in the field, the chief just informed me that the four of us are going over to confer with the boy's mother. So let's get back to our police car.
Enter any closed culvert.
You told me the truth, no.
Checking everything. We got the Los Angeles Squadron in the area. Do you have any trouble with the boy earlier?
I spoke to him in a harsh tone of voice. I was angry at him. He had torn down the curtain in his room, and he had just turned his bed upside down. You know me, I'll hit him for a small thing, but when it's something this serious, beating doesn't do any good.
No, it doesn't. We're doing everything we possibly can.
That I'm sure. I mean, that's the only thing that's holding me on my sanity altogether is confidence in you and the rest of the boys.
Well, we will continue all night long searching the creek bottom and up in the hills, and we've got an aerial squadron that's flying over the place.
As I told Sergeant Perkins, if we get him back alive, we should both get some assistance to see.
Well, you get all the assistance.
Straighten out, you know.
Yeah, you get all the assistance in the world if we find him and we do it.
I hope we do. I hope we do.
Well, we will. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. There's no use. We're going to go back up the area. Would you stay here? You wait here?
Of course I'm going to be. I can't go. I'm too nervous to drive anymore. You see me? I was ripping that car around like... Look, I only ask that you keep notifying me, yes or no, good or bad. I mean, that's the only thing that'll keep me going. Every hour or two, check with me.
All right.
Thank you, Chief. I'm grateful for all the help you're doing and for the wonderful assistance everybody's giving you.
We'll do everything we can, and we'll keep you informed. Well, as we head back for our car, I think I know what's going on the minds of these officers. Has he been kidnapped? Did he fall into a deep pool in that creek? Could he have strolled into one of those caves and been overcome by gas? Well, you could ask 1,000 questions and never come up with an answer. So far, not even the lead. Well, I guess this is where hard work and a prayer comes in.
You are listening to Night Watch. The people you hear are not actors, and every voice, every sound is real. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. And now we switch you back to the field and police recorder Don Reed.
The concentration of the search will be in the Ballroom Hills. The boy has been identified as being in this area. So the units that are working the creek and that area may be pulled in.
You just heard that order given to Control 1 by Chief Hildebrand.
search has now been concentrated in the Baldwin Hills. Regan and myself had information that he was on this hill as long as a half hour ago. We're now on the hill behind the new construction of these homes. There's a great property. We have different information that this area is approximately a half hour ago.
I don't know whether you pick up that information. It was coming from one of our motorcycles quite a distance away. Stated that it's possible that this youngster was seen in the area that we are at the present time. No matter. Here comes another call.
5 automobile units that are not engaged in the search along Iona Creek. Will you concentrate now in the area? A new housing project up above Overland.
We're in that area now.
Did you hear somebody yell, or is my imagination?
A kid in the red over there.
No, that's two guys that are helping.
Did you check that cave over there? Well, it's up the road. Okay.
Is that an open gate there?
I guess it is. I can see
It looks like it's open.
Perkins down there coming up the hill. All right, what are you sweating about, Sergeant?
Running. We can pull that creek search off. I think it's one of these machines. They were last seen at approximately 3 o'clock this afternoon in the development on the hill, the creek development. And they also were reporting drink of water.
Well, you probably could pick up part of that coming up over that motor. Officer Goldbergs taking off up the hill. Let's get back onto our police car.
Five more of the units down at the Iona Creek and Overland area. The sheriff's aerial unit is in the field now over Iona. Would you have one of the sheriff's cars stand by down there relative to any communication between the airplane and their office?
Here in our police car once again. Just observing out toward the hills, I can see the plane from the Sheriff's Aero Squad that is circling the hill area in an attempt to locate this boy. But this much we've accomplished in the last hour. I think we've established fairly well that the youngster at least is alive and is somewhere in the hills area. I think it's just a matter of time now before we will close in, because there are, well, I wouldn't even hazard to guess the number of units that are looking for it, but it must be up somewhere in the 20s. Here comes some more calls through.
Would you go to the phone of the branch and pick up 4 of the...
No, this doesn't relate to our situation other than just picking up some of the youngsters that are in this search. So now, all we can do is stand by here in car 57 and await further developments. About another 45 minutes have passed now, and I'm still remaining here in the cars that are grouped around us. I'm speaking now from the back of 57. Sergeant Perkins, here comes another call. No, that's not relevant to our situation here. Sergeant Perkins is in the field somewhere for the possibility of locating the youngster. We have remained here in this area, and as soon as a word comes from any of our units, we will move directly to the scene. Well, there's another call coming through. That was Sergeant Perkins on the other end, saying that more men have arrived to join in this search. The father of the missing boy is up here in the hills searching along with the rest of us, and right now is headed for our car.
Did they finish dragging the creek?
Yeah, they worked on down considerable distance. I don't know just how far they got, but within the last hour alive and was headed up toward the hills. So that's where we're going to concentrate.
The boys are doing a good job.
Well, we want them to. We'll do our best.
5-4 to Control 1 in all units. We have just found the boy on Ledge Road and Silk Street. He's in 5-4 right now. He is okay. He's tired. We're going to take him to the station.
Well, I think you heard that call, but just in case you missed it, the boy is safe and just tired and is in custody. And you can just see as well as feel the tension released on the faces of everyone here.
So let's get back and meet car 5-4 with the youngster at police headquarters.
Missing fuel has been found.
Well, standing here in front of the police station, here's the picture. There must be at least 20 photographers standing by, ready to snap a picture as the youngster's brought in. And, yeah, on my left, here's the father of the boy, anxiously watching the street for sight of the car that will bring the young fellow in. That's car 5-4. It's coming in right now, and Lieutenant Lugo has the boy by the hand and is taking him over to his father as the flash bulbs continue to pop here, so it's quite an exciting moment.
And Chelsea, right where you've last seen that.
Where you at all night? Huh? In the car? Whose car? You know, I tell you, I had a punch when I was in somebody's car. He went to somebody's car to sleep.
Well, I made that statement last night, and of course there was a lot of cars around. We couldn't locate all the cars, didn't we?
Whose car was you in?
Yeah.
My car? You were home in my car?
No, I was in this my car.
Why didn't you get in the house?
Well, Sergeant Perkins has the boy by the hand and is leading him now into the police station. The crowd is really gathering now. Onlookers, newspapermen, you name it, we've got them. Excuse me, please. And so let's get right on into the office. Excuse me. Here in the Detective Bureau, and Sergeant Perkins is talking with the boy, along with Chief Hildebrand and Lieutenant Conlon.
Where did you stay last night?
My daddy's car.
Your daddy's car? Did you stay there all night?
Yeah.
Where did you go when you got out of the car?
Went around the corner.
Went around the corner to the car?
No.
Where did you go?
On the weeds next to the golf course.
In the weeds?
Yeah.
Didn't you think that your mother and daddy would be worried about you?
Yeah.
They've been pretty worried. I don't think it was very nice to run away like that. I'll let your mother and dad know where you were.
Where did you eat, son? Where did you eat?
I just need a glass of water.
Just had a glass of water? That's all you've had?
You see, if any time that you're away, if you are any time away, you should always try to find a policeman and tell them that you've got some trouble. And then you don't have any more trouble because we know where you are, and then we don't have to get a whole lot of people out and look for you.
Glancing down the hall, I can see the mother of this young boy coming up the stairs, being supported by her husband. As you can well imagine, she appears to be just about overcome with joy.
Baby! It's like he was drowning in the creek.
Right at the moment, I guess you can say pandemonium reigns. Tears are pouring down the mother's face, and the father is standing by with Sergeant Perkins while the cameramen are firing pictures from every angle.
Oh, you're I'm Sergeant Perkins, yes. Oh, yeah. I don't think heard about you on radio. Thank you. I don't think the boy should be punished right now, but we'd like to have him come back to one of the juvenile hearings, say probably next Wednesday night at 3 o'clock.
Darn right. We want to do something about it right away. There's no sense in something like this, George.
But in the meantime, I don't think the boy should be punished.
We will.
Right.
We will. Okay. Very good. We can stand some help. There's this thing here, this is it, you know?
Again, I appreciate everything everyone has done, and please tell all those men that
We've already thanked them.
I think you ought to thank them all for helping you, don't you?
Thank you.
Bye, young fella.
You're not going to let anyone know how you promised them on your words on your stats on.
Well, Sergeant, there he goes. Yeah, he's a lucky boy, Don. It's after 6 o'clock. Let's get back to work.
Why don't you sit down and get us some coffee? I've got reports to make. Take about 15 minutes.
Okay.
I'll meet you over in the office.
You buying? Okay. Ray, will you open the door for me, please?
Sure, here you are.
Thanks. Here's your coffee. Watch it hot. What's that going on out there?
Sergeant, I've been around a lot of police departments in my life, but this is a new twist. I don't quite get it. Why the music going on out there?
Well, Don, did you see the woman sitting out there with the record player?
Yeah, I saw her.
She came in the station a few minutes ago. Sergeant Green just called me. And brought this record player in, sat down, started playing it.
You mean she's just sitting there playing records?
She's just sitting outside playing records. I just put in a call for Lieutenant Lugo, had him come and interview her. I think we've got a psycho case on our hands. So wait just a second, let me see if I get him.
Right. Go to the door, Sergeant.
Where's Lieutenant Lugo? Oh, wait a minute. Here he is here. Okay, thanks.
Coming in the office now, an elderly woman, perhaps, maybe 75 years old, snow white hair, wearing old faded lavender dress, high collar, with old-fashioned high-button shoes. Sergeant Perkins is going out now to turn off the phonograph. And Lieutenant Lugo just whispered to me that he's very familiar with this case. Apparently, she's been in the station several times recently.
You know, we want to help you if we can.
I know.
And I talked to your niece, and she also wants us to help you.
Yeah,
she wants to help you.
She's nice.
Yeah, she's very nice.
Nice. She's very nice. Yeah, but
and
she never touched me.
You have been having a little difficulty with where you're staying?
No.
You haven't?
Oh, you mean the hotel?
Yes, at the hotel.
Oh, yes, I come over. I want a room. The smell like pig.
Oh.
Yes.
Well, did you find the clothes that you thought you had lost the other day?
Yes. I come, I said, give me my suit. I tell you, afternoon, my sister come. He said, I can find it. I never been in anything.
You've come here before.
Yes.
And come here for help. We've been trying to locate you to help you.
Yes.
And
I am so hurty. Honest.
Yes.
Officer.
Surely.
I like you. He said to me, you'll be someday to police station arrested. I said, what do you think I am? They say with me too. They take a light, truck, and then they take the violence.
You come here with several different types of problems here.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe that you're the type of person who'd like to have some help.
Sure.
And I think that...
Why that beat me?
No one is going to hurt you.
No.
And we're going to possibly go see a doctor that will help you.
I go for doctor.
Well,
I go today. Before yesterday.
We have some doctors that can help you. And at a good hospital.
Mm-hmm.
And possibly they can give you all the assistance that you need.
Yes.
We have tried to get your family together to agree on this, and I believe that they are in accord with what we want to do to help you. So if you will go along with us in a little while, we'll go down to Los Angeles, and we will take you to the hospital.
Yes.
And I think it'll make you feel a lot better.
Very.
Well, that's fine. All right. If you'll just wait a few minutes.
Yes.
Do you want to go with us now? Go with Miss Clark here, wait outside out here for a minute.
You mean I go? What you call right here?
Wait outside out here, if you will.
Yeah. Did you want to give me?
Wait right out here.
Watching her leave the room, she's heading for her record player. Here we go again.
She's outside now, Lieutenant, playing the record machine again. What do you think? Well, she's quiet, I guess, sitting there, so I think you'd better assign a man to take her down to the general hospital for observation.
Okay.
Evidently a mental case, and possibly can get some help down there.
All right, I'll get one of the officers, then I'll have Miss Clark ride down as matron.
That's fine.
Okay,
thanks, Bert.
You bet.
What you have just heard was real, recorded as it actually happened on The Night Watch. And now, back to Police Headquarters and Chief W.N. Hildebrand.
Tonight's action presented still another phase of police work, that of conducting an all-out search for this missing boy. As a result, police units from 4 different cities cooperated, including a plane from the Los Angeles Sheriff's Aero Squadron, Boy Scout groups, even hot rod clubs. While he was fortunate to have survived the first night without serious injuries, the second could have brought on a great tragedy. Once returned to his home, my department immediately became interested in still another phase of this case, namely, what prompted the boy to leave home. Our Juvenile Bureau requested the boy and his parents to appear at a hearing where the situation was discussed and corrective measures taken. In the last case involving the 75-year-old woman that came to the station with her portable record player, she was taken to the General Hospital's psychiatric ward, where an examination confirmed the investigating officer's report. For her own security, the subject was confined for hospitalization, where she will be assured of constant attention and protection. The average citizen I know wants to aid his local law enforcement officers in every possible way. If we succeed in bringing this message to just a few, then our efforts shall be well rewarded in bringing you Night Watch.
Thank you, Chief Hildebrand. You have just heard on-the-scene reports of your police force in action. Every voice, every sound has been real. Night Watch, brought to you through the cooperation of your police department of Culver City, California, is produced by Sterling Tracy and Jim Hedlock, with technical advice by Sergeant Ron Perkins, and is described in the field by police recorder Don.
Is this today's collection, Donald?
Yes, Mr. Miller. I opened the mail myself this morning.
And all the checks are here, Fine. Tell me, what's the total?
$12,450. All the checks are made out to consolidated charities, Mr. Miller.
Of course. That's so that no irresponsible party can cash them, Donald. You see, people who contribute to our campaign want to make sure that the money goes to charity.
I understand, sir. Would you be interested in the total we've collected so far?
Yes, what is the amount?
Here it is. $130,000.
Good.
And our campaign is less than 2 weeks old.
Everything is going according to plan. Oh, Donald, has Morton Gary phoned today?
Not yet. I imagine he will, though. He's very interested in knowing how the drive is coming.
He is taking that business of being chairman of Consolidated Charities too seriously.
Oh? You think he may be a problem?
Perhaps. Mr. Gary is a very prominent man. We need him. His name on our letterhead assures the legitimacy of our organization.
Mr. Miller.
Yes?
What happens if Mr. Gary finds out what's really happening to the money?
You mean suppose he finds out that only a small percentage goes to charity and I pocket the rest?
Yes.
I don't think he'll find out, Donald. I'll answer that. Hello?
Mike? Elise Avery.
Hello, Elise. I thought this was old man Gary calling in. What's going on?
I just hit a big one, Mike. Some sucker just gave me a check for $5,000.
Good for you, girl. Bring it in with you.
Sure. Just thought you'd like to hear the good news, that's all. See you later. Bye.
Bye. Now, where were we, Donald?
We were just talking about Morton Gary and what would happen if he found out what we're doing to the money we're collecting.
First of all, he isn't going to find out.
No?
No. And second, even if he does, it doesn't matter too much.
He'll squawk, Mr. Miller. He'll take this up with the police, maybe with the FBI. After all, we're using the mails.
Yes, that's true, Donald. We are using the mails. And the mails are bringing us in a fortune. But Gary won't talk. Believe me. And even if he does start to talk, he'll never finish what he's saying. You can believe that, too.
Mike? Oh, Mike, where are you?
My private office, Elise. Come on in.
Right. Well, here I am, boss. Armed to the teeth with a check for $5,000.
The one you phoned about.
Mm-hmm.
Lay it right here, lady. I want to look at it.
Here you are, chum. Paid to the order of Consolidated Charities. 5000. Endorse it, cash it, and it's all yours.
People sure are suckers, aren't they, honey? $5,000. You'd think they'd investigate a charity before they start giving their money away.
Sure. But there are lots of legitimate charities, thank goodness. That makes our job that much easier. Oh, Mike, let me take a look at that list.
What list?
The list of guys who've kicked in and the amounts. I need some dough. Thought maybe you'd give me a check for my commissions.
Well, I'll have to get it for you, Elise.
Okay. But while we're waiting, suppose you give me my cut of this $5,000 I just brought in.
Gotta wait till the check clears the bank, baby. You know, you've been dealing with suckers all day. Kindly remember that I'm not one of them.
Me either, Mike. That's why I want my commission on the dough I've already brought in.
You'll get it. Donald is figuring out what I owe you. He'll have the figures in an hour. Then, if you're a good girl, I'll give you a check.
Kid, if I was a good girl, I wouldn't be in this racket. But bad or good, I'll get that check.
You're pretty sure you'll get it, hmm?
If I don't get it, Mike, you'll get it. Right in the neck.
I beg your pardon, miss.
Yes?
I'd like to see the district attorney, please. My name is Morton Gary.
Oh, yes, Mr. Gary. You telephoned for an appointment, didn't you?
Yes, I did. Yes.
Well, just a moment, sir. I'll find out if Mr. Markham can see you now.
Thank you.
Yes, Miss Williams.
Mr. Morton Gary to see you, Mr. Markham, by appointment.
Ask him to come in, please.
Would you go right in, Mr. Gary? Right through that door there.
This door here?
Yes. Yes, that's the one, Mr. Gary.
Oh, thank you, miss. Thank you. Mr. Markham?
Come in, please, Mr. Gary.
How do you do, Mr. Markham?
Mr. Gary, please sit down, sir.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Mr. Markham, I've come to ask you to investigate a very unscrupulous man, Mr. Michael Miller.
Miller? I don't believe I know the name.
I didn't either until a few weeks ago. He's not from this city, Mr. Markham. He claimed to be very philanthropic and was forming an organization to be known as Consolidated Charities.
Yes, Mr. Gary.
He induced me to lend my name to the organization, which I did. Many of my friends have contributed to it. And now I have reason to believe the entire thing is a fraud.
I see. He's collecting money but not turning it over to charity, is that it?
Oh, I believe he is turning over a small percentage of the money to legitimate societies, Mr. Markham. But I've asked to see statements of monies collected and dispersed, and Mr. Miller has refused to allow me to see any records.
I begin to understand your suspicions, Mr. Gary. Michael Miller, you said the man's name was?
That's correct. His offices are in the Lions building.
Well, I'll investigate this at once, Mr. Gary, and thank you for calling it to my attention. If your suspicions are correct, we'll put a stop to this racket, but fast. 931.
Philo Vance speaking.
Vance, this is Markham.
Well, my favorite district attorney calling me at home.
Thank you.
Sounds important, Markham.
It is. I called your office, and they said you'd left for the day, Vance. I'm in the office of the Consolidated Charities in the Lions building. How soon can you get here?
At once, if it's important.
It's very important. We had a complaint late this afternoon about a Mr. Michael Miller, who was the head of the supposed charity organization. Actually, it was a racket.
Go ahead, Markham. Who made the complaint?
Morton Gary.
Oh.
You know him, Vance?
Yes, I do. Very honest, very wealthy, and very gullible.
Well, when I got to this Miller's office a little while ago, Vance, I found Miller dead. He'd been shot twice, once in the heart and once in the calf of his leg.
Really, Markham? How strange.
And there are no records of any kind here, Vance. Apparently, the murderer took them with him. All that was here when we broke in was the body.
The lists are missing, eh, Markham?
Yes.
Apparently, we have a listless murder case. Well, just to generate a little action in it, suppose I describe Miller's killer for you.
Describe him, Vance? You haven't even seen the body. You don't know any more about this case than I've just told you. How can you possibly describe Miller's murderer?
I'll explain that to you later, Markham. Right now, all I'll tell you is to look for a murderer with a bruise on his cheek or a black eye. I'm on my way down to meet you now.
Vance, I have Sergeant Heath out searching for someone who has a connection with this case and who also has a black eye or bruised cheek. Now, tell me why.
One of the nicest things about you, Markham, is that you do things that I suggest without demanding an explanation. Let us retain that fine point in our association until the proper time, shall we?
I know your reasoning, Vance. You believe that if you were to explain why you think the murderer is bruised, I'd be prejudiced immediately against any suspect we turned up who did have such a mark.
Exactly.
Yes.
And up until now, I'm quoting only theory, Markham, not fact or proof.
Good enough, Vance, good enough. By the way, if you can table your theory temporarily, we have a suspect for you.
Really? Who?
A girl named Elise Avery. She's in the next room now. It seems that she came into the Consolidated Charities office while I was waiting for you. She admits she worked here, but denies any knowledge of the shooting of Mr. Miller.
Oh, nobody makes our job simple anymore, Markham, do they?
Well, that should make you very happy, Vance. You and your theory about the bruise on the killer's face. Do you want to go in and see Miss Avery?
Do you think I should?
She's very attractive.
I should. I'll report any developments to you, Markham.
Do that, Vance, do that. I'll be here somewhere trying to find some records of contributions. They must be around unless the murderer took them with him.
Which is not at all unlikely.
See you in a little while, Vance.
Right. I'll go in and talk to Miss Avery now.
Hello.
Hello. Miss Avery, I'm Philo Vance.
Really? You're not at all the way I pictured you, Vance.
No?
Mm-mm.
Should I be flattered or ashamed?
Oh, I didn't know you were so, distinguished looking.
I'm ashamed of those newspaper pictures.
Oh, I like that.
You're either very easily pleased, Miss Avery, or very anxious to cater to my vanity. In either case, there are several questions I want to ask you.
Oh, I'll save you the trouble of asking, Vance. I've got the answers already.
Oh, yes?
Yes. My name is Elise Avery. I worked for Consolidated Charities soliciting contributions. I got a salary. I had no idea this was a racket, and I don't know who killed Mr. Miller.
Very interesting, very informative, and very pat. Miss Avery, you know that Mr. Miller was killed by a bullet in the heart?
Yes, I do. Mr. Markham told me that. He also told me about a bullet in the calf of his leg. Oh, I don't see the connection, if any.
I believe there is one, Miss Avery.
Vance, may I confess something?
Not the murder.
No, of course not.
Then go right ahead.
I've wanted to meet you for a long time, Vance. Ever since I first saw your picture in the papers and began reading about you.
We went through this flattery routine a while ago, didn't we?
Oh, I don't want anything from you, Vance. I'm not looking for any favors for what I'm saying. That just happens to be the way I feel. And so I'm saying it.
Oh, I find this most enjoyable. Please continue.
All right. I've often wondered what kind of a man you were, where a woman was concerned.
Oh?
Mm-hmm. Most of the men I've known were dull. You look different. You sounded different in the stories I read about you, and yet in person, you're still different. Attractively different.
If you'll believe that I'm not merely trying to return a compliment, I might say that you're different too, Miss Avery, and very attractive.
And what's keeping the two of us so much apart? Come closer, Vance.
Courage is one of my strong points, Miss Avery. I'm here.
How much courage do you have, Vance?
Adequate amount, I'd say.
Enough to come still a little closer? Hmm?
This is what I like about a murder case. You never know what's going to turn up next.
Right now, it should be my toes. Oh, no, I never felt quite like this before. Vance, let's not talk about a murder case.
That suits me. Concentration is one of my weak points.
Vance.
I was just thinking of that myself.
And what are we waiting for?
Nothing that I know of.
Vance, darling.
Vance, I just... I beg your pardon, both of you.
Oh, Markham, well, come in, please, come in.
I guess I'm supposed to say I hope I'm not intruding, but I guarantee all three of us know I am.
You're not kidding.
Oh, but you're not really intruding, Markham, honestly. Although it's true that you did interrupt me while I was embracing Miss Avery.
Oh, after the way you've kissed me, my name is Elise.
Very well. Well, Markham, it's true that you did interrupt me while I was embracing Elise. But that embrace was in the nature of an experiment.
What? An experiment?
Really? Yes, Elise, an experiment. An experiment that tells me whether or not you killed Michael Miller.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Listless murder case began with the finding of the body of Michael Miller, who headed a racket organization he called Consolidated Charities. The firm was reported to me by prominent Morton Gary, who was being used as a dupe by Miller. And subsequent investigation disclosed Miller was shot with bullets in his heart and in the calf of the leg. Philo Vance is under the impression that the murderer has a bruise on his face or a blackened eye, but has refused to indicate why he believes this. Vance has already questioned Elise Avery, who worked with Miller, and has told me he had an appointment with Morton Gary the following day. He should be with him about...
Nice day for walking, isn't it, Mr. Gary?
Yes, very, Mr. Vance. Only I wish they weren't so much on my mind.
That's the reason I decided to take this walk rather than discuss our mutual problem in your office. It's very mild out. This is a very secluded street, and we're quite alone.
I can't quite get over my being used as a cover-up for that Miller and his gang. So many of my friends donated money to his mythical charities.
I can understand that. Perhaps something you might tell us will give us a lead to his killer, though.
Well, I told you all I could. But apparently I haven't been much help, though.
I wouldn't worry about that. You may think of something which seems unimportant, but which might solve this entire case for us. I will... Drop to the ground.
Oh, Vance. Vance, what is this? Who is that in the car?
I don't know. I didn't see the license. It was covered with some sort of rag. Oh. The car's gone. I think it's safe to get up now.
All right. Oh.
Get very dirty, Mr. Gary?
No, I don't think so. You pulled me down on top of you. But how can you be so calm, man? Don't you realize somebody just tried to kill you?
Somebody did shoot, but after all, he missed, so what's there to be excited about?
Oh, I've heard things like that about you, Vance, but I didn't believe them until this very minute. Oh, you're quite a man, sir.
Thank you.
Only I suggest that we go somewhere else to finish our talk. I don't believe we ought to give our assailant another chance.
That's very sensible, Mr. Gary. I wish there was some way of chasing after him or of identifying that car.
Well, apparently you've made more progress on this case than you think, Vance. There's no question but that the killer feels you're getting close to his trail and tried to prevent that by killing you.
Really? Well, Mr. Gary, if I were you, I'd appeal to Mr. Markham for police protection.
You would, Vance? But why?
Why? Because I believe those bullets were meant for you.
All right, Vance, you came down here to tell me you believe someone tried to kill Morton Gary. Why would anyone want to do that? And what's more important, who was it?
Sorry, Markham, I can't tell you.
Well, suppose you clear up that first mystery, then. No sense in having two unexplainable remarks by you go unanswered.
You mean, why do I think the killer would have a mark on his face?
Yes. Suppose you take your top coat off, sit down, and let me have the details on that one.
I'm not staying long enough to sit, Markham. But I will tell you why I think as I do.
All right.
You mentioned to me over the telephone that Michael Miller had a bullet wound in his heart and one in the calf of his leg.
That's right.
It's the bullet in his leg that leads to my line of reasoning. I think that the killer fired from the floor, and his first shot struck Miller in the leg.
In other words, he was lying on the floor, Miller was standing over him, probably about to kick him, and the killer shot.
Yes. His first bullet struck Miller in the leg. Miller staggered back. The killer got up off the floor and shot him in the heart.
Well, that still doesn't explain the bruised face.
Doesn't it? Well, isn't it logical, if the killer were on the floor, that Miller had knocked him down first? And if he knocked him down, wouldn't it seem as if there should be a bruise?
Yes, it would. Vance, while you're in a true confession mood, why not explain why you were embracing Miss Avery yesterday?
Certainly. There was no bruise on her face, Markham, but her makeup might have been used to cover it, if she did have one.
What?
While I was ostensibly kissing her, I was actually trying to rub off as much of her makeup as I could.
Oh, I see. And as there was no bruise, that relieves her of suspicion, then, I suppose.
I wouldn't go that far, my friend. I could be completely wrong about this.
Personally, I don't believe you are. But as long as you've been so cooperative, Vance, here's a piece of news for you. There were 3 people in Miller's charity racket. Miller, Elise Avery and a secretary, a young fellow named Donald Stone.
We've overlooked him, haven't we, Markham?
Well,
I think we can do something about that. Miss Avery knew him, of course.
Yes, she did.
Well, perhaps I'll call her on the telephone and ask her something about him I want to know. Come to think of it, there was a memorandum at my office saying that she had phoned earlier today.
Oh? Wonder what she wanted.
From the tone of the message she left, apparently she didn't believe what I said in her office, that the embrace between us was merely an experiment. She seemed to regard it more as a sample.
You know, I'm beginning to get an idea about you, Elise. An idea I don't like. Now I know why you called and wanted to come up here.
Anytime you get an idea, Donald, that's news. Now shut up and let me think.
I'll let you think, all right. I'll let you think about me. Vance called me. You know that he suspects I killed Miller?
Does he? I've got news for you, kid. Vance never suspects anybody. He knows who killed Miller.
Then what makes you so calm?
Now, wait a minute, you punk. Don't you even think I had anything to do with killing the boss?
No, why not? He was holding out your cut on you. You had all the reason in the world to kill him.
Look, lad, just don't let me lose my temper. And talking about people who had reason for knocking off Miller, what about you? You knew he was going to get rid of you when this campaign was over, didn't you?
He was going to kill me?
Sure. He didn't trust you. He was afraid you'd talk if anybody put the heat on. You were new with Miller. Remember that.
Oh, so he was going to kill me.
He didn't, did he? That's all you have to worry about. Now, what did you do with the money and the sucker list that was in the office? I want my share of the money.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No? Well, suit yourself. Maybe Vance will know. You've got one more chance, chum. I want half of the dough you must have taken from Miller. Well? Okay, if that's the way you want it, it's okay with me. I'll be seeing you. So long.
Wait a minute.
Now you're getting smart, Donald. Where's the money?
Here in my desk drawer. There wasn't too much cash, just $20,000.
Well, hand over 10. And, by the way, how'd you get that cut on your chin?
7, 8, 9, 10,000. Here's your half, and I got the cut on my chin from shaving.
Oh, thanks for the money, Donald. You're being smart. The less Philo Vance knows about you, the better you should like it.
You said he knew who killed Miller.
Knowing and proving are two different things, friend. And since you've seen the light, we'll just keep Vance in the dark.
Vance speaking.
Hello, Vance.
Yes?
This is Elise Avery. I had tried to reach you earlier today.
I know. I got your message.
I'd like to see you, Vance.
So your message said?
It isn't what you think, Vance. I'm trying to help you. I can tell you about Donald Stone, who was Miller's assistant in that charity racket. He has a prison record, and I happen to know he stole at least $20,000 from the office after the murder.
That's so?
Mm-hmm.
What happened? Did he refuse to give you a cut of it?
What do you mean?
I mean, you must have had some reason for waiting this long to tell me that, Miss Avery. The chances are you were waiting for a chance to blackmail him.
No, that's not true, Vance. I just want to help you. That's the only reason I've told you about Stone.
In that case, Miss Avery, thank you. But believe me, I don't believe you.
Hello, Mr. Vance?
Hi, Miss Williams. Mr. Markham in?
No, he's not. Why don't you take your hat and coat off, Mr. Vance? He won't be long.
Thank you. I'll do that. All right to lay them on this chair?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Why, Mr. Vance, what on earth is that on your shoulder? Paint?
No, Miss Williams. Looks like paint, doesn't it? Actually, it's something I'm preserving rather carefully. It's the clue to the murderer of Michael Miller.
That spot?
That's right, Miss Williams. And I think that perhaps I'd better not wait for Markham. I have some things to do, but would you ask Mr. Markham to have Miss Avery, Mr. Donald Stone, and Mr. Morton Gary in my office in an hour?
Well, yes, of course.
Tell him that I'll be ready to name Mr. Miller's murderer then. All three of our suspects are in my outer office, Markham?
Yes.
Good. Would you ask them to come in, please?
Of course, Vance. Miss Avery, Mr. Gary.
Yes?
Donald. Yes, sir. Mr. Vance would like you all to come in now.
Oh, very well.
Thank you all for being here. I thought you'd all like to know who killed Michael Miller. You, Donald Stone.
No, Vance, it wasn't me. I swear it wasn't.
I didn't say it was. I think, though, that it was you who fired those shots at Mr. Gary here and myself this morning before you realized that I knew you were Miller's secretary.
You think I shot at you?
I know you did, and I know why. You wanted to kill Mr. Gary because he could identify you as working for Mr. Miller. According to Miss Avery, you have a prison record, or you didn't want to be linked with this case.
So she told you, did she, about me?
Yes.
Well, I'll say a couple of things about her.
Nothing I don't know already, believe me, Mr. Stone. Mr. Gary.
Yes?
This is the young man who shot at you. What do you think we ought to do with him?
Lock him up. He's dangerous, Vance. By all means, lock him up.
He's dangerous because he shot at you and me and missed. What would you do with someone who didn't miss, Mr. Gary?
I'd see that he went to the chair. That's what I'd do.
Well, in that case, I hope you're reconciled to it. You killed Michael Miller, Mr. Gary.
What? Are you? Why should I kill him?
When you found out he was running a racket using your name, you were so blinded by rage that you attacked him. He knocked you down. While you were on the floor, you shot.
All right. I did. But he was going to hit me with a chair while I was lying on the floor. He would have killed me.
Perhaps. That, of course, we'll never know.
Vance, there's something I'd like to know.
Yes, Markham?
How did you know it was Gary here who killed Miller?
I'll tell you, Markham, later.
I'm listening, Vance. You knew Miller was killed by Gary. How?
Remember, Markham, my theory about the killer having a bruise on his cheek?
Yes, but Gary had no bruise.
Oh, yes, he did. It was covered with makeup, so we couldn't see it, but it was there.
But if makeup covered it, how did you know?
Your secretary noticed a spot on my shoulder today. I'd wondered earlier how it had gotten there. But then I realized that there was only one way.
And that was?
That was when Gary fell against me on the street when we were both walking and the shots were fired. It was mild, and I wasn't wearing a topcoat.
Oh, I get it now. When you realized how you got the makeup on your shoulder, you realized Gary would have only one reason for wearing makeup, to hide a bruise.
That's right.
Vance, you're wonderful.
Come now, you're beginning to sound like Elise Avery. You better stop.
I will, if you'll tell me what happened to the list of people that contributed to Consolidated Charities and gave this case its name.
That list? Donald Stone probably destroyed it. He found Miller dead, stole whatever money was around, and tried to hide the fact that the Consolidated Charities was a racket.
Yeah, pretty low racket, Vance. I'm glad we ended it. And I'm glad we ended the Listless murder case.
Calling all detectives. After 8 years in jail, a man I'd arrested faces me with a gun in his hand. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. It's a strange and peculiar world we live in, and nobody knows that better than I, Jerry Browning, private detective. It had been a long, hard day, trying to handle 2 cases at the same time for clients who retained me by the year. I'd run myself ragged, trying to get each case a little closer to solution. And finally, about 10 that night, I was driving home for some much-needed sleep. I caught a red light at Mansfield and Warner. A brake to a stop. And as I did...
Don't turn your head, pal. Just start rolling when a light changes.
There are times when you do as you're told, and this was one of them.
Well, I'll draw to an inside straight if it ain't Jerry Browning.
I turned my head a few inches and looked at terrible Teddy Vance. He looked older than when I'd last seen him, which was 8 years ago on the occasion when a judge gave him 20 years to life on the Habitual Criminal Act. I smiled, a feeble sort of smile. Hello, Teddy. This is certainly a surprise.
I'll bet it is, seeing as you thought you'd put me away for keeps.
Did they parole you, Teddy?
Nah, I crushed out. Jerry, I got a lot to catch up with. 8 years wait. You and I are going to have some fun. And then, I'll croak you.
A man I'd sent to jail 8 years earlier escaped and climbed into my car at gunpoint.
Jerry, this is perfect. Croaking you is my pet ambition. But first, let's go eat. I am hungry, and you've got dough.
Terrible Teddy ripped into his steak as only a man who spent 8 years in jail can do. I sat beside him, wedged into a corner of a booth at the Charcoal Steakhouse.
Don't make no sudden moves, Jerry. I'd just as soon kill you with this knife as with a gun.
I gulped, nodded. But Teddy, if I'm pale, it's not because of what you're saying, but because I'm thinking of the size of the check. Teddy had a shrimp cocktail, a double-thick steak, potatoes, salad, ice cream, and coffee. 2 hours later...
Food like you dream about, Jerry. Here, pay the check and let's move on.
Waiter, the check. The waiter put the check down and fled. I took a quick look at it. So did Terrible Teddy.
$38? For what?
Well, you did have a drink, Teddy.
Not $38, White. Come on.
He picked up the check, grabbed my wrist, and pulled me toward the cashier.
Who's the manager?
I am, sir. Any complaint?
No complaint, no.
That wasn't so smart, Teddy. You'll have half the cops in town looking for you now.
They're looking for me anyway. $38 for 2 dinners, and they put me in jail. Anyway, if I let these clip joints take your dough, there won't be none left for me when I croak you.
Let's not think about that for a while, Teddy. Where do you want to go?
Well, let's go to Moxie's place. You can always get a quiet drink there.
Moxie's isn't like that anymore, Teddy.
I said we're going to Moxie's.
Harvey Haymarket, the sleepy-voiced songster, was at Moxie's place. And the way people got into the joint these days was with a shoehorn.
Not tables without reservations. Not tables, not tables.
Slip the guy a buck, Jerry. Everybody's got to eat.
Okay, if you say so, Teddy.
$1. $1 does not buy the check. Boy, throw these bums out.
1 minute, boy. This way, gentlemen.
What changed the head waiter's mind was Terrible Teddy's revolver practically shoved up his nose. To prevent shooting in that crowded joint, I gave the man $10, for which he didn't bother to thank me.
Hey, what are the dames hollering about?
Harvey Haymarket. They swooned for him. Teddy looked at the willowy singer, bowing his way off the postage stamp-sized stage.
For him?
Yeah. Here's your drink.
I didn't want no drink yet.
You got it just the same. In the next 20 minutes, a rapid succession of drinks was placed on our table and snatched away after a sip or two. Teddy couldn't stand the noise, so I called for the check. It was $57.
Charge it. Jerry, I gotta hole up before I croak you. Drive me to the Palace Hotel.
Sorry, sir. Reservations are made 6 weeks in advance.
Room and bed? I can let you have one for $20 a day. 3 weeks from now.
A room? We require bank references, a letter from your minister, and...
I'll get you 2 co-signers. Come on, Jerry.
Look, Teddy, times have changed in the 8 years you've been away.
Well, maybe they... Hey, be careful!
The car came roaring up behind us, cut around in front, tore ahead at 65, jumped the light at the next crossing, and...
There's nothing you can do for him. Keep going. Keep going, I said.
Can't take it, Teddy. We have 3, 4 like that a day. More on holidays. These days we kill more people in traffic accidents than we used to lose in battle.
Pull over to the side.
I thought, well, here it comes. Teddy turned to face me.
Jerry, you're right. I'm too far behind the times. I can't take it.
He took out the gun, balanced it in his hand.
I figured to kill you. Now I think you're worse off if I let you live. Here, I don't need this anymore.
I took the gun, dropped it into my pocket. You were always tough, Teddy, but you never were a killer. So, what now?
Jerry, I'd be obliged if you give me a lift back to the big house. Got a parole coming up in another 6 years, and who knows? By then, times may get back to being what they used to be.
Yeah? That's the inside story of how I persuaded terrible Teddy Vance to return to jail. Maybe times will be different 6 years from now. But, like I said, it's a strange and peculiar world. And I wouldn't care to make any guarantees about anything. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road. And those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. There's no other end, but they never learn.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Hiding Place.
Mrs. Brown's gift shop. Oh, yes, Mr. Waltman. The bookends? Well, let me see now. That was the little Dutch figurines, wasn't it? The boy and the girl? All right, fine. Well, I'll have to... Oh. Hold the line a minute, Mr. Waltman. Mr. Marlowe, you're back.
Yes, Mrs. Bryant.
Did you find him, Mr. Marlowe? Did you find Chipper?
Chipper is dead, Mrs. Bryant.
Oh,
Take it easy, Mrs. Bryant. Maybe you better sit down here.
No. I'm all right. There's a customer waiting on the phone. I'll finish that. Then I want you to tell me everything you found out about my son.
Sure.
I'll only be a moment.
As Martha Bryant went to the telephone, I braced myself for the story I had to tell her. I tried to figure some last-minute way of making hard facts a little softer for a sweet, brave, gray-haired lady who deserved a better break. The first thought about what had happened brought the whole ugly business rushing back at me again. Turned my mind back like a clock to where it had all begun yesterday morning in my office. And that same Martha Bryant, full of hope and quiet courage, had walked up to my desk, handed me a letter, and asked me to find her son.
His name is Chipper, Mr. Marlowe. Or rather, Chip, now that he's a grown man. He's 22. He left suddenly without a word 6 months ago.
Oh.
I've heard nothing until this morning when that letter they addressed to Chip came in the mail.
Postmarked St. Louis Obispo. Oh, sit down, won't you, Mrs. Bryant?
Thank you. Maybe I shouldn't have opened it, but... Well, you see, it's the first indication I've had in all that time that he's even alive. Read it.
Dear Chip, it's been a long drag, but the waiting is finally over, darling. Time is now. Meet me at 11:30 Monday night at the House with the Big Wheel, signed Toby. House with the Big Wheel. What does that mean, Mrs. Bryant?
I have no idea. But for some reason it frightens me.
Oh. 11:30 Monday night. That must be tonight. Who is this Toby?
Toby Packler. She's a very, very beautiful young woman. Platinum blonde.
Oh.
Chipper believed he was in love with her, I'm afraid. Oh, please don't misunderstand me, Mr. Marlowe. I'm not a possessive mother. I knew I'd give Chipper up someday, only I hoped it would be to a nice, sincere girl.
Toby Packler isn't?
Well, she's much too fast. The kind who uses too much mascara and wears things like those little anklet chains they call slave bracelets. I tried to find her after Chip left, but she was gone, too.
Oh. Tell me, did you and your son argue about Toby, Mrs. Bryant?
No. I only saw her once. He knew I didn't think much of her, but that didn't drive him away, Mr. Marlowe.
What did?
Well, I've never been able to understand. After his father died, Chip became irresponsible and a little wild, perhaps. Especially since I had to spend all my time running our gift shop on Ivar, but he was a good boy, really. I've tried to convince myself that he left just to prove his independence, to test his wings, you know. But now...
Now what, Mrs. Bryant?
Now I'm worried. That letter, it puzzles me. I don't like it.
Well, it may mean nothing more than you're getting a daughter-in-law who uses too much mascara.
I hope you're right. I want Chip to be happy, to settle down. I want to turn my business over to him. And will you try to locate him for me? Here, I have his picture here in my wallet. See?
Say, Chip looks a lot like his mother, doesn't he?
Yes. Please find out if my son is all right.
Sure. I'll do my best. From my office window, I watched her leave the building. Saw her stop politely and answer a question for an oily sidewalk passerby in a black pinstripe suit. Then move quietly on down the street toward her shop on Ivar. A neat, gentle, very lonely woman. I hoped I'd find a happy story for her in St. Louis Obispo. She had one coming. I was still hoping 5 hours later when I pulled into a mobile gas station in a little town at the foot of the Santa Lucia Mountains, 200 miles up the coast. I filled up, asked a few questions, and found out there were only 4 good hotels, 5 not so good, and 2 or 3 dozen motor courts, and that ran the gamut. So even with nothing but the name Toby to go on, the job wasn't completely impossible. By the time I'd worked my way down into the motor courts, the sun was sneaking off between the rocky hills toward the ocean, and I was still collecting negative answers. Until I tried a mirrored neon combination bar, restaurant, and motel called Pinky's on the north edge of town.
Sorry, mister. No Toby Packler registered here.
Now, wait a minute. Are you sure? She's a lovely platinum blonde about...
About what?
Huh? Oh, never mind. Skip it, Pinky. Maybe this is better. When I glanced across the lobby at the bar, I caught a man watching me. He was the same oily character in a black pinstripe suit that I'd seen stop Mrs. Bryant on the street outside my office back in L.A. He ducked away, and I beat it into a bar. Just in time to see him slip out a side door. So I followed him. Outside, a gravel path wormed through a grove of dejected pepper trees, wound up in a lonely walled patio, and when I got there, Oily was out of sight. The reason was simple. The nose of his gun in my back said he was behind me.
Don't move, Marlowe.
Well, name and all.
Yeah, sure.
I've been tailing you every inch of the way since old Lady Bryant went to see you this morning.
What's the connection, Oily?
Exactly 6 long months of watching and waiting.
For what?
For a move a new two skunk would have to make some time. And from the way you've been working, you don't know enough to do yourself any good or me any harm. So take some advice. Go back to L.A. Leave it alone.
Leave what alone?
That's none of your business, Peeper. I'll take over from here. But just in case you run into Chip Bryant or Toby on your way out of town, tell them from me they're not cutting Lou Race out of his share of $110,000. I'm going to get it, one way or another. And so you won't forget, use this. Oh! For a reminder.
When the brick floor of the patio finally stopped pushing, I was alone, except for my ugly thoughts. I knew I was on the right track, but from the sound of things, Chip O'Brien was much less a mama's boy than his mama believed. I made sure Lou Race was nowhere around the motel. And I went into the bar again to see what a double scotch would do for my headache. The bartender obviously was the type who got around, so I took a chance and asked him about Toby Packler. It was no good. But when I described Toby as a beautiful platinum blonde, a girl sitting alone 2 stools down, a girl with a short, ragged, mouse-brown hair and extremely flat, misformed face, dropped her eyes and looked away. I suddenly felt very cheap. I flipped the silver buck on the bar and got up. You know, it was the kind of dumb stunt you can't apologize for. You just leave. I was halfway to my car before I realized that the girl had followed me out.
Hey, mister. Yeah, you. Just a minute.
I turned and watched her come toward me. In the garish neon light, her face was jarringly unreal, the color and texture of hard putty.
I heard you inside when you asked about Toby.
Yeah, I thought you had. Do you know her, Miss...
Palmer.
Oh.
Yeah, I know her. She's one of my few friends. What do you want with Toby?
Well, my name is Marlowe. I'm from L.A. I want to talk to her about a fellow named Chip Bryant. She's my only lead.
Chip Bryant?
Yeah.
She never mentioned that name to me. Anyway, you're too late, Mr. Marlowe.
What do you mean?
Toby left town this morning.
Left town? Oh, no.
She was going up north to Seattle, I think, on some kind of personal business.
Now, listen, did she ever say anything to you about a house with a big wheel, where it was, what it means?
House with a big wheel?
Yeah.
No, I'm afraid not. I'm sorry, Mr. Marlowe. I guess I'm not much help. Well, good night.
Thanks anyway. And good night, Miss...
Palmer.
Yeah, Palmer. Good night. As the girl walked back to the bar, the little gold chain I'd spotted around her ankle glinted in the brittle light. And it was like an echo of a memory. A slave bracelet on her was as out of place as a morning glory in a bed of toadstools. But that gave me a crazy hunch. A hunch that somehow in the last 6 months, a gorgeous blonde named Toby Packler had become a drab brown head with a flat, stiff face. So I didn't chase wild geese to Seattle. Instead, I got in my car and I waited. An hour went by and it was almost dark before she finally came out again. Stepped down into a sleek new convertible and drove north out of town. I followed as she turned off a neglected side road, and for 8 miles twisted through jagged rocky hills toward the mountains. Then suddenly, from the crest of a small rise, I saw what she'd been heading for. An old stone house squatting in a grove of eucalyptus trees. The girl I figured to be Toby Packler had slowed almost to a stop. I watched her creep along until she was out of sight. Then I got out of my car and I went down for a closer look. Round, brown shingled cupolas reared proudly out of choking overgrowth, and on a huge rusty iron gate in front was the name Escobar. But in the trees behind the house I saw more. Turning slowly in the stream, there was a giant water wheel. A big wheel. I drove fast back to town and stopped at the only place I could figure for a quick answer. The office of the San Luis Obispo Daily Eagle. The night editor was strictly old school, from green eye shade to sleeve garters, but still very much on the ball.
So, you want to see the issues of exactly 6 months ago, you say?
Yeah.
That'd be November, about the 8th, 9th, and 10th. Here, son. Help yourself.
Thanks a lot. If I'm right, this ought to cinch it.
Careful there. Don't rip those copies. Say, by the way, what story are you looking for?
Oh, small something on a party named Toby Packler. It's not here. Wait a minute. Maybe it'll be in...
Yeah, sure. This is it on page 3. A woman identified as Toby Packler of Los Angeles suffered severe injuries to head and face today when the car she was driving skidded into a bridge abutment 2 miles north of here. So that's how come the face. Miss Packler's condition was announced as critical by Clark Emergency Hospital attendant.
Huh? Is that all you wanted?
That's enough.
If that answers your question, young man, I'll put these copies away. Gotta be careful with
Wait a minute, that headline.
Huh?
What was that? Let's see that. Santa Barbara jewelry store robbed. Daring thieves escaped with gems valued at $110,000. $110 grand.
Yeah, I remember that. 2 men and a woman. Got away clean, too. Never caught a one of them. Hey. You don't mean there's a connection between these stories, do you?
I don't know. Ask me again after I've checked in at the old Escobar place.
Adam Escobar's place? Out in the hills? Oh, you're joking, son. What in the world could that crackpot possibly have to do with the jewel robbery and the car wreck 6 months ago?
It beats me, but there's some tie-in. You can count on it.
I think you're crazy. But if you're going out there, maybe you should be.
Now, what's that supposed to mean?
You'll have something in common with Adam. He's lived in his own private dream world for so long, he's forgotten what the real world's all about. Goodbye, son. I'll see you later. I hope.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, the fun is always fresh and furious when Groucho Marx takes over on CBS Wednesday nights with his wonderful quiz, You Bet Your Life. Groucho, the master of ad-lib, teams up pairs of opposites and then goes to work with his quips and questions. Very, very solid with laughter, this Groucho Marx show. Hear it this Wednesday and every Wednesday on most of these same CBS stations. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, The Hiding Place.
From the road, I had thought of Adam Escobar's place as just another 100-year country home. You know, the kind, big, aloof, wrinkled, like an aging nobleman who had retired long ago with his memories. But now that I was there and at the rusted iron gate that resented my intrusion out loud, I changed my mind. I saw now it had to be a degenerate nobleman. Also, a nobleman had to be flat broke. I saw it everywhere. The name Escobar on the gate in copper lettering had turned a sickly, spotted green. The scuffed, faded family crest inlaid in tile in the cement walk was cracked and crumbled. The exquisite stained glass door was cracked all the way down the middle. Only the engraved card in the slot under the knocker that said Adam Escobar, Esquire, was neat and new. The landed gentry's last-ditch stand. I was about to knock when...
You need not bother knocking, sir. I saw you coming up the walk. I am Adam Escobar.
He was a small, slight man of maybe 60-plus with a large head held high in spite of the frayed cuffs, patent leather slippers that were cracked and peeling. I introduced myself, then followed him into a musty living room. There, Wiley apologized for no longer having any servants and poured us each some brandy from a cut glass decanter. I told him all about my search for Chip Bryant, complete with Toby and Lou Race.
Frankly, Mr. Marlowe, I am puzzled. Your drink, sir.
Oh.
Confused. What does all this have to do with me?
Well, maybe nothing, Mr. Escobar, but the only guess around is that the jewels were hidden here on your property. The house with the big water wheel the night of the robbery 6 months ago.
But why? For what reason, sir? The police?
Oh, probably. Trio wouldn't want to be picked up with the stuff on them. Salud.
Under yours, sir.
Thank you.
Then, Mr. Marlowe, soon after they did that, hid the jewels, I mean, the girl, the one with the injured face, had that accident. Those are the circumstances.
Oh, more or less. And if I've added right, company's coming by 11:30. It's 10:30 now. It might be a good idea if you left the home grounds for a while.
Me? Leave my own home because of some thieves, because of 3 common degenerates?
Mr. Escobar, it's that or the police, and I'd rather not have them in it for a while. I still owe my client the slight benefit of the doubt that's left.
You think I am afraid? Is that what you are trying to say?
No, of course not. But I don't see why you should stick your neck out. These people have nothing to do with you.
You are wrong, sir. Every honest man has something to do with every criminal. His duty. I know that now, Mr. Marlowe. If I had known it many years ago, I might still have both my wealth and my property intact.
Well, okay. Who knows? When I come back, it may be...
Come back? But where are you going, sir?
Into town. I'd still like to catch up to Chip Bryant before the reunion. I don't think there's going to be the time or place for conversation.
Conversation with that Bryant hoodlum? About what sort?
About a mother, Mr. Escobar. A nice old lady who doesn't deserve a kick in the teeth. Back in San Luis Obispo, I returned to the missing person door-to-door canvass for the third time that night. Only now I confined myself to the wrong side of the tracks exclusively, and the deeper the dive, the better. I didn't figure that Chip Bryant would show anywhere else. And after a half a dozen quick stops, number 7 proved lucky. It was a cramped, greasy bar with a sawdust and cigarette butt floor and a single customer. I hadn't found Chip, but I was close to the dapper Mr. Lou Race. The barkeep, a ball of fat, wearing a sweatshirt the size of a tent, had his back to me when I entered. So did Race. So when I tapped the tricky man on his padded shoulder and he turned, he was surprised to see me swing. That slicker was an old debt. This? Just in case the cat got your tongue. Now get up. Get ready to answer a few simple questions.
Hey, what do you think you're doing? You're busting my table.
I'll pay you for it, and unless you want to be up to your rolling chins in trouble with the law, Junior, don't try to help the clientele.
The cops? Oh, okay. Why didn't you say so? I don't know nothing about this guy.
And I don't know enough. Now, come on, Race, you talk or eat sawdust. Which?
No. I'll tell you. What do you want?
One, you, Chip Bryant, and Toby Packler stuck up that Santa Barbara jewelry store 6 months ago, right?
Yeah, we did it. But they crossed me up. It was when the cops were coming and we split.
Split or you played hooray for Lou Race and ran without worrying about the others?
What's the difference?
The reason Toby and Chip Bryant won't tell you where they hid the jewels, that's the difference?
Nuts. You're standing on one ear, peeper. Toby had a different reason for crossing me.
Like what?
Like her falling in love with that louse Bryant. The kid she baited into coming along with us. By flapping her baby blues. The kid who was supposed to drive the car, period. That's how she crossed me. Anything else?
Yeah, the topper. Where's Bryant now?
One of two places. Either with Toby Packler or without. Oh! Packler. Good night, sweetheart.
By the time I made it to the door, the second company, Sam Spade, was across the street behind a parked car and streaking for an alley in the middle of the block. And just as I thought I was going to lose him, he came abreast of a dark doorway, and I saw it. An arm raised quickly, the glint of a knife blade. The arm dropped sharply. Whoever had done it slid away in the dark as suddenly as he appeared. When I was next to Race, there was only the caller's card, a black ivory-handled knife, driven to the hilt in between the dapper man's shoulders. He was going out fast.
Hey, holy cow, how did it happen, Mr.
Shut up, Race. Do you know who got you?
The knife.
Yeah?
Is it got a dark black eye?
Black ivory handle, yeah. Why? What does it mean? Who's it belong to, Race?
The kid.
What kid?
Vessel, lousy Chip Bryant.
He's dead, huh?
Yeah. And so are all the prayers of one Mrs. Martha Bryant.
Huh? Who's she?
Never mind. Listen, call the cops. Tell them my name's Philip Marlowe. I'm a private detective, and I may be able to explain all this later. Right now, I'm due at a house with a water wheel, and explain that later, too. If I'm lucky.
Oh, Mr. Marlowe, I'm glad you're here, sir. It is almost 11:30.
I know. Have you seen anyone, Mr. Escobar?
No, sir, and I have been watching very closely. Good. And in readiness, my father owned this pistol.
Oh, well, I hope it's been oiled since. Now, look, I didn't locate Chip Hey, wait a minute. Isn't that a car there turning off the road without any lights on?
Yes, and going along the side of my property line, back to the water wheel. It is a woman, Mr. Marlowe.
Yeah, no doubt, named Tony Packler. Now, look, you stay here, Mr. Escobar, and keep that blunderbuss ready. Don't forget Chip Bryant's due out here, too, and he's a killer. Keep your eyes open. We'll stand a better chance meeting him one at a time. I went around to the side of the house quickly, then kept close into a long line of eucalyptus trees that ended at a crumbling building that had once been servants' quarters. After that, it was only 20 yards to the water wheel. 20 open yards to the huge ancient circle of hand-hewn wood that complained against the side of a dreary squat stone mill that had long ago died of old age. There in the faint half-light of a hazy moon, I saw Toby Packler, kneeling at the corner of the building and with both hands working furiously to loosen a stone the size and shape of a football. There was a gun on the ground next to her. I moved closer, my hand tight on the .38 in my pocket. Then I waited till she had the stone out. And that baby ends a 6-month-old secret.
Were you not the...
That wasn't bad aim, just a warning, Toby.
How do you know my name?
I read your mail. I get back over to your homespun safety deposit box there and take the jewels out. Go on.
All right. Why shouldn't I, soldier? You won't go anyplace with them. Chip will see to that. They're gone.
Get back.
They're not here, I tell you. Do you understand? They're gone. Gone. All the hopes.
Hold it. Now tell me, is this where you hit him?
Of course.
Nobody else knew Race or Chip Bryant?
Race didn't even know about this place.
But Chip...
What?
And don't dare move, Mr. Marlowe. Now, you drop your gun. Do it!
Miss Packler. Mr. Adam Escobar, Esquire.
Keep quiet. So Chip Bryant had the jewels all the time, did he? I never thought of that.
What do you know about jewels?
Oh, quite a bit. You see, Miss Packler, that night 6 months ago when you stood over there on the other side of the water wheel and told Bryant that you had hidden the jewels and would tell him where later on, I was listening.
You knew they were here?
I'll tell anything to anybody.
It was, of course, quite by chance that I overheard you. But after you had that accident with your car, I searched as diligently as though I were a partner. Searched Miss Packler for money that could mean so much to me. But I found nothing.
Then where are they? You idiot, tell me. Where are they, do you know?
Now that I see this hiding place, yes. It was where Chip Bryant stood. Therefore the jewels are no doubt buried.
What do you mean?
I think, Toby, that he killed Chip Bryant almost 6 months ago and that he buried him here on these grounds without knowing that Chip had already found the jewels.
What? Chip? Dead?
Quite dead. I killed him 2 days after your accident. I found him searching for the jewels.
No. No, you're lying. Chip was supposed to go back to Los Angeles and wait until I was well. Wait for my letter.
He didn't, Toby. He came out here, found the jewels, and was killed by our host.
No wonder I couldn't find them these months that I've searched day in and day out. Scratched and dog and cold and in rain by sun and by dark. No wonder I buried them with him.
Yeah, but you didn't bury his knife, did you? That you kept and used on Lou Race tonight.
Exactly.
Why, you...
Miss Packler.
Why? So you can shoot me, then him? Or so that if I'm very lucky, I can run away to live some more?
Toby, don't.
Live with his smashed, ugly face?
Packler.
What have I got to lose?
You've been warned.
My pretty face is
Don't
gone.
take another step.
The man I love is
Don't.
gone.
I
Soon the
said
jewel's gone. Ah!
Escobar. Turn around. Point that gun at me.
Richard, Mr. Marlowe.
Now it's self-defense. Toby. Toby is bad.
Yeah. Real bad, soldier. I had so much once. Pretty face. A guy named Chip. Jewels. I had everything. I was a big wheel. Wasn't I? Soldier.
Yes, Mr. Altman, the bookends will be sent out to you this afternoon at the latest. Thank you for calling. Goodbye. I'm sorry to have kept you, Mr. Marlowe. Well, it may be hard for you to believe, but in the minute I was on the phone, and even while I talked, I think I saw Chipper's whole life before me.
I know what you mean. Well, Mrs. Bryant, I found out that your son, Chip...
Yes. You found out what? Mr. Marlowe, what are you staring at?
Oh, that showcase there.
Oh. Our Mother's Day display. It's attractive, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, very. Mrs. Bryant, Chip was killed in a storm at sea a week after you saw him. It was off San Francisco. His body was never recovered. I was told that he was on his way to a new job in Canada at the time. And incidentally, that letter from San Luis Obispo, that was all a mistake. That girl never saw a ship again. Outside, I left my car where I'd parked it and walked through the busy city streets. You know, it's a funny thing. Lies can cause more trouble in this world than almost anything else, they say. And at the same time, can sometimes bring the most happiness.
Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and written by Norman MacDonald and written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Virginia Gregg, Joan Banks, Herb Butterfield, Louis Jean Height, Bob Griffin, Howard McNear, and Lee Millar. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
It started at dawn in a Los Angeles taxi and wound up that night on a cliff in the middle of the Pacific. All because of a Dutchman with $50,000, a corpse in a lily pond, and an Oriental with a chauffeur who wanted a cloak made of nothing but feathers.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Counterspy.
Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy. Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy.
Harding, Counterspy, calling Washington.
United States Counterspies, especially appointed to investigate and combat the enemies of our country, both at home and abroad.
These Counterspy reports to the American people are brought to you each week at this time. Now, the case of the infiltrating agents.
Counterspy Field Office, American Embassy, Buenos Aires. To Counterspy Headquarters, Washington. Urgent attention, Mr. Harding personally. Have just learned that Ivor Sanderson, inactive here for the past 2 years, has booked passage on 7 p.m. plane north. From Jones Counterspy Field Office, Nuevo Laredo, Mexico, to Mr. Harding, Washington. Believed man answering description of Ivor Sanderson got off plane here this morning.
Harding, to all Southern Field Offices. 24-hour alert ordered until further notice. Am flying to Laredo, Texas. Will make specific assignments upon arrival.
You're okay, Pepita. Plenty okay.
How many times I have to tell you my name is not Pepita? Who is this Pepita? Some other girl you like better, huh?
No, Pepita, you're the only girl in the world. At least the only girl in Nuevo Laredo. Well, Bottoms up.
Harry, I think you have too much already.
No, it's never too much. Bottoms up.
Oh. Harry, you take drinks too all of a sudden. Oh, come on, Harry, sweetheart, baby, we go.
Go? Where? What's the matter with this place?
We go home.
Oh, no, Pepita. I'm having too much fun. I like Mexico. I don't want to go back to Dallas. There's not this much fun in Dallas.
You don't go back to Dallas. I mean my home.
Oh. Why'd you say so? Hey, waiter. Mozo!
Sí, señor.
Dame la cuenta. 7 pesos. $7.
Sí.
Okay? Okay, here you are, bud. Keep the change. Keep it. I'm a sport.
Muchas gracias, señor.
It's all right.
Come, Harry.
You know, you're a sweet kid, Pepita. You're an awful sweet kid.
The name is not Pepita.
You're still a sweet kid.
Come, you lean on me. I will open it the door.
That's a good girl. You open it the door, hmm?
Yeah. Okay, come.
You know, Pepita, I'm going to miss you when I go back to Dallas.
Well, you don't go back till tomorrow.
I'm going to miss you anyway. Yeah, here's my car.
Oh, we don't have to drive to my house.
We don't?
No, I live right next door to the saloon.
Hey, that's nice. That's convenient, too, huh?
Right here. We go in.
Oh, that's good.
Come in, Harry.
Ah, it's dark. It's dark in here, Pepita.
I will turn on the light.
Ah, it's better. Much better. Hey, look, a nice little old comfortable chair. Hey, isn't that a wonderful sight? Nice little old easy chair.
Harry?
Good night, Pepita.
Harry? Harry, wake up. Harry! Okay, sleep. Go.
Yeah, all right.
Is it all right?
Yes, all right. I wonder, does he have much money with him? He should.
Never mind how much money he's got. Leave it. Leave the money alone.
All right, but it's a shame. Here are the keys to his car.
Good.
The car is big Oldsmobile, right outside. License Texas JW360.
Stay here. I'll be back in a little while. Mr. Sanderson? Mr. Sanderson?
Yes, here. Come on, Carl, get out.
But mustn't we drive the car to the garage? That has been the usual procedure.
Get out?
Yes, all right. Get out. We do everything fine for months and months. Perfect. And along comes word from Buenos Aires, and poof, everything has changed. Nothing is good. Why didn't you remain in Buenos Aires?
Because our superiors believe this is too important for you to handle.
Too important for me to handle, huh? What have I been handling that was not important?
Yes, but not as important as this.
In 5 or 6 hours, the man will wake up. We must have the car back by then so he can be on his way. If we must take off the tires and put the stuff inside as usual, we'll have to get it to the garage quickly.
No, the merchandise does not go into the tires.
What's the matter with the tires? We're putting it in the tires all along.
I don't like what you've been doing all along, Carl.
Please, you forget my contribution.
Is that so?
That is so. It was me, Carl, who thought of finding these tourists, having them innocently smuggle the material across the border in their cars. It was me alone.
You know, this job is too much for you.
Oh, now something big comes along. It's too much.
This is no bigger than usual.
You weren't sent from Buenos Aires for something no bigger than usual, I know.
Do you?
Of course I know.
What, for instance?
It is plans in microfilm to the organization to infiltrate the area of the new hydrogen bomb plant in South Carolina. Plans for our people to establish themselves as residents and get employment in the construction work. And later, when construction is finished in the plant itself. Isn't that right?
Very right.
You see, I know.
That's too bad, Carl.
Mr. Sanderson, no.
I'm sorry, Carl.
No, please, I didn't know. I only guessed.
Well, you guessed too well.
Please, don't kill me, please!
little later or a little sooner, it didn't make any difference, Carl. You were not to be trusted.
Yes?
Here are the keys. The car is ready. Put the keys back in his pocket.
Who are you? What is Carl?
Carl has been transferred.
Transferred?
Yes, transferred to another area. Put the keys in the man's pocket. Everything is ready.
To Braden, Counterspy Headquarters, Washington. Advise you handle Honolulu and San Francisco matters yourself. Don't know how long I'll be here. No break as yet. Case still requires my personal attention.
Harding.
Yes, I'll be right with you. Signed, David Harding, Counterspy Temporary Field Office, Laredo, Texas. Yeah?
That Oldsmobile with the Texas plates JW360 just left the Mexican side and started across the International Bridge.
Good.
You want to step over to the window, Chief? Yeah, here it comes, Mr. Harding.
No, I think it ought to have a regular customs examination right down the line.
Okay, I'll take care of it myself.
Make it look regular, just in case we're being watched.
Right. Here it comes.
Well, I'll wait inside. Tell the driver I want to see him.
Right. Good morning, sir.
What's good about it?
Ooh. Rough night?
Rough. It was brutal. My bag's in the trunk. I've got nothing to declare. I didn't buy anything.
Nothing at all to declare?
Nothing except what I ate and drank. I'll open it up.
Give me the keys, mister. I'll open it. The man inside wants to see you.
About what?
Well, you'll have to ask him. One standing right inside the door.
All right. Did you want to see me? Hello, Mr. Harding.
Hello, Peter. How'd it go?
As expected. This girl, Pepita, picked me up in the cafe. We had a few drinks. When she thought I was loaded, she took me to her place. When it looked like I passed out, she called in a friend named Carl.
Yeah.
They lifted the car keys off me, and Carl left. 5 or 6 hours later, she returned my car keys.
So, our suspicions are confirmed.
I think that's been the pattern all the while, Chief.
What do you think they hid in the car?
I don't know. I didn't want to make too close an examination.
Well, we ought to be able to find it.
Anything new on Sanderson?
Nothing other than we're afraid he slipped into this country.
Mm-hmm.
So start out for Dallas, Peters, and make those stops we talked about for lunch, for gas, anything. Well, someplace between here and Dallas, they should try to lift the car from you.
And that's when we nailed them.
I hope so. Now, as insurance, we'll use the alternating method in staying with you. Somebody in front, somebody behind, all the time.
Right.
I'll try to be in contact with you from time to time.
All right, sir. Everything's okay.
Thanks.
Here are your keys. They pulled out the upholstery padding in the backrest of the rear seat, Chief. Found a roll of microfilm.
Microfilm? So that's it. Did you substitute it in the car?
Yes, sir.
Good. Well, Peters, I think you've spent enough time here.
All right. So long. Thanks.
So long. He's got a dangerous job.
Yeah. You don't know how dangerous. Those people would just as soon kill him as look at him. We've been after this ring for a year now. We haven't made a dent yet. That is until now.
That's a pretty clever gimmick of theirs, storing the films in tourists' cars.
Yes, it's clever, but it's up to us to be a little more clever. Let's find out what's in those microfilms. Yes, sir. Fill her up?
Yep.
How's the oil water?
They're okay. Just fill her up.
Any sign of them, Peters?
I didn't see a thing, Chief.
I just heard from both your follower and your leader. They didn't see any sign of them either. We developed that microfilm we found in the car.
Big stuff?
Bigger than we figured. That 400-square-mile tract of land up around Aiken, South Carolina.
Hey, that's where the government just announced it's going to build a hydrogen bomb plant.
Exactly. The microfilm has orders to agents at a dozen or more states to get rooted around that project, even before it started. When the call goes out for workers, those agents will be right among them. So I don't think they'll let your car get too far out of their sight, Peter. They must be around someplace.
Maybe they have the setup spotted.
No, I don't think so.
You think they're waiting till I get closer to Dallas? Or you're getting a customer?
Yeah. Just a minute, ma'am. Be with you in a minute.
All right.
Well, there you are. Filled up.
Okay.
Sure the oil and water okay?
Yeah, they're okay.
Please. I I'm in an awful hurry.
Well, but this gentleman
If
here...
the lady's in such a hurry, go right ahead. I've got plenty of time.
Okay. Fill her up, ma'am?
No, I don't need any gasoline. There's something wrong with my car, and I've just got to get to San Antonio.
Well, we'll take a look. Yeah, it's hot, all right. It's boiling.
What is it, the fan belt?
No, fan belt seems to be okay.
I was just driving along, and it started to steam all of a sudden.
No, let's check the water. Oh, that's it.
No water?
Can't see any. You got a leak, all right, a bad one there. See how it's dripping down on the pan there?
Oh, will that take long?
Well, long enough. Got to find the leak, then I got to fix it.
Oh, dear, I've got to be in San Antonio by 1 o'clock.
Well, with this car you won't. I got 2 other jobs sitting in the garage back there. It'll be at least 1:30 before I can get to it.
Is there a bus or something?
Well, not one that'll get you to San Antonio by 1 o'clock.
Oh. Sir, could you take me? Are you going to San Antonio?
Me?
Yes, I've just got to be there. I've got an appointment, and I can't miss it.
Why don't you give the lady a lift, mister? You got an empty car.
Well, sure. It'd be a pleasure, miss.
Oh, thank you very much. You don't know what a favor this is. I've really got to be there. I'll come back tomorrow for the car. Is that all right?
Oh, I'll be ready anytime tomorrow. That'll be 2:06, mister.
Yeah, sure. Here you are.
Thanks. There's no leak in that radiator. The water was drained out. Peters, this may be it.
You are listening to the case of the infiltrating agents on Counterspy. Have you met our new baby yet? I mean NBC's new baby, The Big Show. And what a baby it is. The biggest baby you ever heard. And he's not crying either. Why should he with stars like Tallulah Bankhead, Jimmy Durante, Clifton Webb, Mindy Carson, Meredith Wilson, and a host of others to make him radio's greatest spectacle ever? This Sunday and every Sunday, meet The Big Show. An hour and a half of comedy, music, and drama. All this and Tallulah, too. No wonder it's The Big Show. And Sunday evening over most of these same NBC stations also means the Phil Harris-Alice Faye Show with Frankie, Julius, and the entire cast. Now, back to Counterspy.
San Antonio Counterspy Field Office.
Now, this is Harding. Peter stopped at point 14, filling station. Car drove up with a steaming radiator, and a girl, 5'4", 120 pounds, 25 years old, got out and hitched a ride to San Antonio with Peters in his car.
That looks like it.
And does. Check on the license of the car she left here. The 1949 Plymouth 2-door, painted maroon, Texas license 3T152.
Okay, Mr. Harding.
Now get that information out to all cars. Because if she's one of the rings, she might try to pull a gun on Peters between here and San Antonio. Take over his car.
Right.
I'm turning the filling station back to the owner right away and joining the parade. But keep shooting out bulletins over the air. We're getting close.
What would a pretty girl like you be in such a hurry to get to San Antonio for, Miss White?
Oh, I've got an appointment.
What kind of an appointment?
Just an appointment.
Okay. So maybe I'd be entitled to know.
Well, you are, but I'm not going to tell you.
All right. I'll mind my own business.
You're sweet, Mr. Peters.
Harry.
Very sweet. Harry. Where do you live?
In Dallas. Where do you live?
In San Antonio.
That's too far apart. Dallas and San Antonio.
I guess they are. Oh, there's a nice lunch stand coming up. Would you like to get some coffee?
I thought you were in a hurry to get to San Antonio.
Well, I am, but a few minutes won't hurt.
It won't hurt you. It won't hurt me.
It's really a very nice place. I've been there before.
Must be. It's kind of busy.
Oh, a lot of people who travel between San Antonio and Laredo know it.
Huh? Yeah.
Thank you.
No, I was kind of hoping you'd want to stop. I thought, though, that you were in too much of a hurry.
Oh, well, I'm never in too much of a hurry for a cup of coffee.
Good.
Let's sit at the counter. It's quicker, shall we?
Okay. You're the boss.
Hey, Joe, come over here.
It's all right?
Oh, this is fine.
You draw one or two?
Yeah, folks. What's your pleasure?
I'll have a cup of coffee and... Oh, do you have a menu?
Menu's on the wall, lady.
A sweet roll, a cup of coffee and a sweet roll.
All right. Mister?
I'll have the same.
Drop two. Pastry fair.
What do you do, Mr. Peters?
The name is just plain Harry, and I do fine.
I mean, what do you do for a living?
Oh, I'm in the dairy business.
Oh, that's nice.
Here you are, folks. Your coffee? A couple of sweet rolls.
Thank you.
Would you like some sugar? Hey, buddy.
What's the matter?
You drive up here in a black Oldsmobile?
Yes, why?
Well, somebody's driving off in it, and it ain't you.
This is Gloria. Let me talk to Mr. Sanderson. Oh, Harry.
Did you get hold of your father, Gloria?
Well, they're calling him to the phone.
Oh, good. I'm really terribly sorry.
Oh, here's my father. Excuse me, Harry. Hello, Mr. Sanderson.
Well, how's it going, Gloria?
Oh, very well, like clockwork.
Did Jimmy get the car?
Yes, he drove it off about 5 minutes ago.
You don't think the man has any knowledge?
Oh, he doesn't know a thing.
Can you lose him?
He's already lost. A very convenient truck driver offered me a ride into San Antonio.
Good. Very good.
I'll see you in about an hour. Goodbye. Well, there's that.
Your father isn't worried, I hope.
Oh, no, he's not worried.
You know, I don't like the idea of you riding to San Antonio in a truck.
Well, I've got to get there some way, and the man was kind enough to... Why don't you come along with us, Harry?
Oh, I'd love to, but the state police said wait here until the highway patrol comes, so I guess I'd better wait for a report on the car.
Oh, yes. I forgot all about that.
Hey, lady. If you want to ride with me, you'd better come on. I operate on a strict schedule.
Yeah, I'll be right with you. Goodbye, Harry.
Oh, wait a minute. Look, where can I find you in San Antonio?
Oh, you don't want to find me, Harry.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't. There's something I didn't tell you. It wasn't my father on the phone. It was my husband.
Oh.
Goodbye, Harry.
Peters. Hello, Mr. Harding.
You got the whole story, Peters?
Yes, I phoned in. Was someone able to stay behind my car?
Michael stuck with it all the way. He reported a short, curly-haired man about 30 grabbed it.
Uh-huh. I didn't get a look at him.
Well, he drove up the highway to a few miles north of Divine. Pulled off on a side road.
Mm-hmm.
He apparently lifted the stuff out of the back seat. And 5 minutes later, a Ford drove up. Michael reported the curly-haired man got in, headed for San Antonio.
Their timing is perfect.
Yeah. Well, what about the girl?
Well, Jones' truck pulled into the restaurant, and he put on a big act of sympathy and offered her a ride to San Antonio, and she took it.
Good for Jones. We'll hear from him just as soon as he drops her.
She won't get out any place near where she's going.
Oh, there's an agent behind Jones, isn't there?
Yes. He'll pick her up on foot. Now, we checked on the car that she left behind at the filling station. It was rented at San Antonio.
Oh. Well, I guess we're getting right on top of it, Peters.
We sure are, Dave. And we better nail them this time.
We'll get them. This is their last trip.
Yes? Who is it?
It's me, Gloria.
Well, hello, Gloria.
Mr. Sanderson.
Come in, come in.
Well, how'd you like that for turning a trick?
It came off very well.
The poor man never knew what hit him. He'll find his car in a few hours. He'll go on back to Dallas and write the whole thing off as a streak of bad luck.
Where did the truck driver leave you?
Well, I told him I wanted to get out near the Gunther. He pulled that big 10-ton truck right up in front of the hotel and dropped him.
Now, you're positive no one was behind you?
Oh, no one. I walked 3 blocks, hopped a cab, and here I am.
Good work.
Did Jimmy bring the package and all that?
Oh, yes. Yes. Here it is.
Oh, that's wonderful.
We'll get the films moving east by tonight. And by Monday, they'll be spread to every agent of ours in the country. We're a step ahead of these people every foot of the way. Nothing will stop us, Gloria, nothing.
I never doubted anything would.
All right, now, let's get ready to move out. I want to be on our way east in an hour.
She was the the kind of girl who would fool anyone, Chief. She could pull that stunt twice a week and never be...
San Antonio to car C5.
I'll take that. Harding, San Antonio. Go ahead.
Meeker reports curly-haired suspect who took car trailed the following address in San Antonio, 1842 Del Rosa.
1842 Del Rosa.
That's right, Mr. Harding. Suspect entered the house with suitcase apparently containing contraband. Left house 5 minutes later without the suitcase.
What kind of house is it, San Antonio?
A 2-story house, frame affair, front and back entrance. Suspect entered first floor door. Second floor has apparently unconnected occupant.
Yeah, the house covered?
Meeker's on the spot. I'm heading there, too.
Okay, good. Now tell Meeker...
Just a minute, Mr. Harding.
I wonder what's up, Chief.
Johnson just checked in. He followed the girl from the Gunther Hotel to the same address.
That's more than coincidence, Chief.
Okay, San Antonio. Keep all agents on the spot. We're headed there right away. All right, Peter. See if you can get some speed out of this thing.
There's Jones, Mr. Harding.
Jones.
Hello, Chief. Peter. That's it. The yellow frame house across the street. They're on the first floor.
Where you got the men posted?
Meeker and Johnson are back in the alley. I got a pair up on the street in the car. Evans is standing in the doorway on this side.
Any idea who the occupant is?
Yeah, we checked around. Couldn't get much of a line on him. He moved in about a week ago. Neighbors say he's a big man. Haven't seen him much.
Is he in there, Jones?
Yeah. He opened up the door for both the curly-haired suspect and the girl.
All right. Let's go. You go up to the door with me, Peter. You follow us up, Jones.
Okay.
Give the boys a high sign. We're going to move in.
Okay. They got it, and they're ready.
All right, Jones. Come up behind us.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay. Now, you knock, Peter. I'll cover you.
Right. I'll be glad to wind this one up.
So will I. Knock again.
Yes, who is it?
It's me.
You? Who are you?
Hello, Miss White. Surprise.
Well, Harry, how did you...
I did.
We're United States Counterspy. We know that there's a man...
Hey, watch it! That's him! Sanderson! Yeah. Oh!
You got it, Peter. Come on.
You hit me. You hit me. Get me a doctor, will you?
All right, Sanderson. Take it easy. We'll get you a doctor.
I'm hit bad. I need a doctor.
What did you do to him? What did you do to him?
Sanderson's all right, lady. He's not hurt bad.
There are the films, Chief. All ready to go.
Yes, and the only place they're going is where we're taking them. The only place these people are going is where we're putting them. Come on, all of you. Let's go. This is David Harding. Here's a statement by the Honorable J. Edgar Hoover, Director, Federal Bureau of Investigation. The President of the United States, in restating the responsibilities of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, has called upon all law enforcement officers, patriotic organizations, and individuals to report information pertaining to espionage, sabotage, and subversive activities to the FBI. The following suggestions are made to assist patriotic organizations and individuals in complying with the President's request.
Be alert. Learn to know the enemies of the American way of life. If you suspect sabotage, espionage, or subversive activities, communicate with the nearest office of the FBI and furnish all facts in your possession. Once you have reported your information to the FBI, do not circulate rumors or endeavor to make private investigations. Leave the investigations to trained investigators who have access to data acquired over the years on individuals engaged in subversive activities.
The internal security of the United States can best be assured with the cooperation, aid, and assistance of every law-abiding person in our nation.
Tune in every week, same time, same station, to Counterspy. Listen next week for the exciting Case of the Invisible Insurrectionist.
Behind the nationwide headlines of a recent murder attempt lies a strange story of a certain organization to whom misery was a necessity and treason a way of earning a living. How your counterspies answered this challenge by proving that charity doesn't always begin at home will be revealed for the first time next week in
Case of the Invisible Insurrectionist on Counterspy. Tonight's Counterspy program originated in New York, was directed by Marks B. Loeb, and featured Don McLaughlin and Mandel Kramer. Lionel Rico speaking. Counterspy is a Phillips H. Lord production. Three chimes mean good times on NBC.
Carter, something terrible has happened.
So I found out too late to stop you, huh?
What do you mean?
You're going to tell me that you've had another period of temporary insanity, aren't you?
Yes, that's right. I don't remember what happened, but when I came out of it, I found this knife in my pocket.
Yes, I expected that.
Those stains on it. Carter, they're blood.
Now for the case of the Barefoot Banker. Today's adventure starring Ron Clark as Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. It's 4 o'clock on a Monday afternoon, and Arthur Colby, portly, dignified, and respected, walks through the huge bronze doors of the Colby Trust Company and crosses to the curb where a uniformed chauffeur opens the door of his limousine.
I won't need the car just yet, Marvin. I think I'll walk a few blocks before going home.
Yes, Mr. Colby?
Don't close the car door yet, though. I want to get in for a moment to take off my shoes.
I beg pardon, sir?
To take off my shoes. It's such a fine day. I think I'll walk barefoot.
Mr. Colby, barefoot on Park Avenue?
Yes. Good idea, isn't it? I can't imagine why I never thought of it before.
Such a thing. You, of all people.
I tell you, I don't know, Ron. I can't even remember it. It was like waking from a sound sleep to find myself in the street, crowds laughing at me.
Can you blame them?
Richard, keep quiet.
Yes, sister dear.
And that newspaper photographer, I tried to smash his camera.
And you only succeeded in giving him a better picture than he'd hoped for. It's on the front page of every tabloid in town.
Don't remind me of it.
You with your Homburg hat, striped trousers, and bare toesies swinging that gold-headed cane at the camera.
You shut up.
Arthur, dear, please don't get excited. We'll all forget that it ever happened.
Yes, why don't you relax, old boy? Here, have a cigarette.
One of those Turkish atrocities of yours? No, thanks. I'll stick to my pipe.
Sis?
Not now, Richard. Aren't we swanky these days? Monogram cigarettes, no less.
Yes, they're not paid for either, by the way. Could you let me have a couple of hundred, Lorna? I'm stone broke.
When are you going to quit sponging on your sister?
Well, if you'd make me a decent allowance, it wouldn't be necessary.
Richard, you should be ashamed. Arthur's done a great deal for you.
I know. And he never lets me forget it.
Well, if you don't like living in my house...
Oh, but I do. It's very convenient to have a sister with a rich husband, even though he is a bit eccentric.
Well, I am not eccentric.
Well, I was trying to be polite. Most people would have said balmy.
Richard, that's enough.
Well, it's not as if this were the first crazy thing he'd done. How about the way he hides things all over the house? And the time he put the goldfish in the wall safe? If that isn't a sign of something not quite...
Get out of here. Get out of here.
Very well. I'll go.
You'd better watch out, sis, or you may wake up some morning with your throat cut. Wait,
Arthur, dear. Now, don't pay any attention to him.
Maybe he's right. Perhaps I am losing my mind.
Oh, that's nonsense. You're only tired and nervous.
But what if during one of these mental blackouts I should harm you?
Don't even think about it. Tomorrow we'll see Dr. Henderson.
Honor.
Arthur, what's the matter?
There's something in this humidor. Something buried in the tobacco.
Buried in the tobacco?
Look. It's my watch. The one I lost 2 days ago.
Well, maybe you didn't put it there, darling. It might have been Richard playing a joke on you.
No. I hid it there myself. I remember now.
But Arthur, why?
I don't know. Heaven help me, Lorna. I don't know.
I should like to buy a knife.
Yes, sir? A kitchen knife?
I believe so. Yes, a kitchen knife should do nicely.
What kind, sir?
What kind?
Oh, yes, sir. Paring knife, butcher knife, carving knife?
Butcher knife. Yes, a large butcher knife.
Of course. Now we have them at various prices.
The price doesn't matter, just so it has a sharp edge. A very sharp edge. See, it's for my wife.
And that was the knife they found under your pillow, Mr. Colby.
Yes. I don't remember putting it there. I don't even remember buying it.
And do you want Nick to protect your wife against what you might do in the future, Mr. Colby?
No. No, I told you all this, Carter, so that you'd understand the circumstances. What I want you to do is find the sum of money I mislaid during another of these spells.
Oh? How much money?
$20,000.
Oh, quite a bundle. When did you lose it?
Yesterday. Tell her at my bank said I drew a personal check for $20,000 at about 2:30.
And did you?
I examined the check this morning. It's my signature, all right.
But you don't remember signing it?
I don't remember anything from about 2 o'clock until I arrived home at 5.
Go on.
The bank guard saw me leave the building at 3, but where I went or what I did, I don't know.
Then you don't know whether you were robbed or lost the money or gave it away.
I'm more inclined to think that I hid it somewhere. I do hide things lately.
Well, I'll see what I can do. But frankly, I think there's only one thing that'll get your money back.
What's that?
Luck, Mr. Colby. Just plain sheer luck. Patsy, there's something wrong with Colby's story somewhere.
Huh? What do you mean wrong?
Doesn't ring true. I'm no psychiatrist, of course, but I've always understood these mental cases followed a definite pattern.
Well?
The pattern isn't right. Up until now, he's been hiding little things about the house.
Oh, $20,000 isn't a little thing. Not in my dictionary.
No, mine. But he didn't hide it in the house this time, either.
Yeah.
That's one thing. And this business of buying a knife and hiding it is completely outside the pattern.
Do you think he's lying?
Well, it certainly doesn't make any sense that he should try to railroad himself into an asylum.
Unless what, Nick?
Unless he's planning something big. And all this is just a build-up so that he can plead temporary insanity.
You mean something like murder?
Well, could be. You have the name of Colby's psychiatrist?
Yes, it's Dr. Miles Henderson. He has an office in his home out in Eastfield.
Try to get me an appointment with Dr. Henderson. Let's find out whether he thinks Colby might be faking.
Okay.
Oh, and ask him to have Mrs. Colby there, too, will you? Perhaps she can tell us how her husband acts during these so-called periods of forgetfulness.
What did you ask me, Mr. Carter? Has Arthur done anything violent?
Oh, no. No, Mrs. Colby, nothing like that. Yes, and just what is this all about? I'm coming to that, Dr. Henderson. You see, Mr. Colby has retained me to recover some money he thinks he's hidden and forgotten about. Is that so?
How much money?
$20,000.
$20,000?
Yes. He said he drew it out of the bank during a period of amnesia yesterday afternoon. And he didn't have it when he got home.
Why...
You're going to say something, Mrs. Colby?
No, I was surprised, that's all.
You shouldn't be. I warned you that his condition was getting worse. Will you have a cigar, Mr. Carter? Oh, no, thank you. I believe I will. You're rather large knife to use as a cigar cutter. Oh, I don't think so. I picked it up in the Orient several years ago. Oh, I see. Yeah. Dr. Henderson, you've been treating Mr. Colby for some time, haven't you? Only about 2 months. At first, he complained of headaches and absent-mindedness. Then he began to find his personal belongings in odd places with no recollection of putting them there. Well, how about these periods of amnesia? They started 3 weeks ago, and they're getting progressively worse. At first, he did silly things, but now his actions are becoming more ominous. Such as buying that butcher knife and hiding it under the pillow, you mean? Exactly.
For her own safety, I've been trying to persuade Mrs. Colby that her husband should be placed in an institution.
And I can't believe that's necessary. I won't believe it. Not until...
Until it's too late for her.
Richard keeps at me about it, too, until sometimes I think I'll go mad.
And who's Richard?
My younger brother. He lives with us.
Well, I'm afraid Richard's right.
He isn't right. You know what he's thinking of, Doctor. Money.
Just a minute. I'm afraid I don't follow this.
I love my brother, Mr. Carter, but I know his faults. He thinks if Arthur were in an asylum, I'd control Arthur's money.
I see. Huh. Tell me, Dr. Henderson, have you ever observed a case quite like Mr. Colby's before? In my own experience, no. But the pattern of behavior is not really unusual. That's what I was really wondering about. Up to this point, Mr. Colby's condition corresponds exactly to that of a French editor, described by a Dr. Wilhelm Schweigert in his book, Psychopathic Phenomena and Aberrations. Well, this other case, did it start and develop in the same way? Step by step, they are exactly similar. That's why I'm so positive Mr. Colby should be confined. Why? What happened to the French editor? He murdered his best friend.
Did you find out anything from your conversation with Dr. Henderson yesterday, Nick?
That's enough to make me even more curious. Patsy, I want you to get me a book. It's called Psychopathic Phenomena and Aberrations by a Dr. Wilhelm Schweigert.
Nick, I'm sorry, but I can't find that book you asked for. I've called every publisher and bookseller in town. Nobody ever heard of it. I don't think there is such a book.
Oh. In that case, Patsy, get me the County Medical Association. I see. Thank you very much, Dr. Wilson.
What do you say, Nick?
You're right, Patsy. There is no such book. And there never was a Dr. Wilhelm Schweigert.
Well.
Not only that, the Medical Association has no record of any such person as Dr. Miles Henderson.
Carter, you've got to help me. Something terrible has happened.
So I found out too late to stop you, huh?
What are you talking about?
You're going to tell me that you've had another period of temporary insanity, aren't you?
Last night. I started for my club about 8, and I don't remember any more until I awakened in my own room this morning.
And during this so-called period of forgetfulness, what did you do? Murder your wife?
No, thank heaven Lorna's all right. But look what I found in my pockets this morning.
Why? Well, that's Dr. Henderson's paper knife. I saw it on his desk yesterday afternoon.
Yes, they must have been there last night.
And these stains on the knife. They're blood.
That's what I mean, Carter. I'm afraid I killed the doctor.
Well, instead of being part of Colby's plan to cover up a murder, the false Dr. Miles Henderson, it appears, has himself become Colby's victim. We'll see what happens next in just a moment. Now, back to the case of the Barefoot Banker. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. When Arthur Colby recovered from his latest period of amnesia, he found in his pocket a blood-stained paper knife belonging to the man who called himself Dr. Miles Henderson, psychiatrist. Nick and Patsy have gone to Henderson's office in his suburban home to see what really happened.
Well, Patsy, he's been stabbed, all right.
I'll see.
No, with this sort of a wound, it's strange that Colby didn't have any blood stains on his clothing.
Maybe he was wearing something else last night.
Oh, possibly. Huh. Must have talked for quite a while before the killing took place.
Huh? What makes you think so?
These ashtrays. One on the doctor's side of the desk, and another by the chair at this end. Judging by the amount of ash.
What's the matter, Nick?
Patsy. These are cigarette ashes.
So what?
Colby smokes a pipe, and the doctor smokes cigars.
Oh, but Nick, where are the cigarette stubs? There aren't any.
No. At first I thought Colby was framing an alibi. Now I'm beginning to wonder whether someone isn't framing Colby.
What? You mean Henderson might have been stabbed by someone else? Someone who smoked cigarettes?
Exactly.
Oh.
There must have been something unusual about those cigarettes. Otherwise, why would the stubs have been taken away?
Well, maybe you can tell from the ashes.
Here, wait. Here's a few shreds of tobacco.
Good.
We'll take them down to the police laboratory for analysis.
Okay. Is there anything else to be done here?
Now, I want to take a look in this filing cabinet, labeled Case History. See if I can get the names of some of Dr. Henderson's other patients.
I'll get a pencil and write them down for you.
That won't be necessary, Patsy.
Huh?
Looks as if Colby was the only patient our fake doctor had.
You mean the file is empty?
Not quite. Look what I found here.
What? Yeah. It's money. A lot of money.
Certainly is. I think we found out what happened to Colby's $20,000.
You mean I gave the $20,000 to Dr. Henderson during my spell of amnesia?
I don't think it was amnesia, Mr. Colby, nor insanity either.
Carter, what are you driving at?
Tell me, how did you happen to start going to Henderson?
Why, met him at the house one night.
Who brought him there?
I don't know. There's a big party. Many of the guests were strangers to me. Friends of Lorna's, friends of Richard's.
Okay, go on.
Well, Henderson mentioned being a doctor and a psychiatrist, so I told him about the headaches I'd been having. He suggested I come to see him the next day, and I did.
And that's when your real trouble started, wasn't it?
Yes, those headaches were the first symptoms, he said.
What kind of treatment did he give you?
Well, the usual routine, I suppose. I'd talk about my problems, and he'd explain the hidden meanings in what I said.
Wasn't there ever anything else?
Well, sometimes he'd give me a sedative first, and he'd talk to me until I fell asleep. He said it relaxed me for the actual treatment.
Ah, yes. And after one of those treatments, you'd pull some ridiculous stunt, wouldn't you?
Are you trying to tell me the doctor was responsible for the spells I've been having?
Colby, he wasn't a doctor. He was a fake.
What?
And unless I'm mistaken, the reason for your peculiar actions was not insanity. You were hypnotized. This is the garage, sir. My room's directly above. And if anybody had taken one of these cars out last night, you'd have heard it, wouldn't you, Marvin? Yes, sir. I did.
You did? Then one of the cars was gone last night?
Yes, miss. Mr. Colby took the convertible about 11:30 and brought it back a couple hours later.
Yes. According to the medical examiner, that's just about the time Henderson was killed.
How do you know it was Mr. Colby, Marvin?
I know the sound of the motor, sir. It's quite different from the other.
I didn't ask about the car. How did you know Colby was driving it?
Because it's Mr. Colby's personal car.
But you didn't actually see him?
Why, no, sir.
That's what I wanted to know. Thanks, Marvin.
Well, Nick, what now?
We're going up to the house, Patsy, for a little friendly conversation with a killer.
Isn't this rather useless, Mr. Carter? We all know what happened. My brother-in-law killed Henderson in a fit of temporary insanity.
I still want to know whether anyone left the house last night at 11:30. Can you tell me, Mrs. Colby?
No, I'm afraid not. My room is in the east wing. Too far away to hear the front door.
How about you, Mr. Raines?
At 11:30, I was sound asleep.
I'm sorry we can't be of more help.
Will anyone have a cigarette?
No, thanks, Richard.
Mr. Carter? Miss Bowen? These are rather special if you like all Turkey tobacco.
Yes. Don't you...
Oh, no, thanks. I don't smoke. I wonder whether I may make a phone call, Mrs. Colby.
Well, of course. Richard will show you where the phone is. Well, while you're making that call, Nick, I'm going to work on a little idea of my own.
What sort of an idea, Patsy?
Never mind. But I may have a surprise for you. I hope Marvin doesn't come in the garage and catch me snooping around Mr. Colby's car. He might think I'm stealing it. There must be an ashtray in the car. And if there are any stubs from those special cigarettes in it, the kind Richard smoked, it'll prove who took this car out last night. Yeah. Here's the ashtray. Oh, darn it, it's empty.
Going for a ride, my dear?
Mrs. Colby, I thought I'd like to watch the detective at work. So I followed you. Oh, well, that is, Nick's the detective, not me. I just wanted to see what it felt like to sit behind the wheel of such a beautiful car. Do you like it? Oh, it's wonderful. Why, how funny. What's funny? The rear view mirror. I can see through the back window perfectly. That's what rear view mirrors are for, isn't it? Yes, but Mr. Colby is tall. If he'd driven this car last night, the mirror wouldn't be adjusted to fit me. Get out of that car. So I was right. It was, Richard. How clever of you, Miss Bowen. But I can't let you tell anyone what you've learned. Mrs. Colby, put down that ring, please. Nicely done. The skin isn't broken. Her hair will cover the bruise. I'm afraid your meddling has caused an unfortunate accident, my dear. So foolish to start a motor in a closed garage. People die that way.
And as Mrs. Colby closes the garage door, Patsy lies unconscious behind the wheel of Arthur Colby's car with the motor running. We'll see what happens in just a moment. Now for the conclusion of the case of the Barefoot Banker. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. Leaving the motor of the husband's car running, with Patsy slumped unconscious behind the wheel, Lorna Colby closes the garage door and starts toward the house.
Oh, just a moment, Mrs. Colby.
Oh, Mr. Carter.
I've been looking for you.
You have?
Thought you might like to know that your brother did not kill Henderson.
Well, of course he didn't. My husband...
No, Mrs. Colby, not your husband either. You killed him.
I killed... Oh, well, that's not a nonsense.
I don't think so, and you're not leaving me just yet, Mrs. Colby.
Let go of my arm.
You took your husband's car and went to see Henderson late last night, didn't you?
No, I didn't.
You quarreled with him about the $20,000 he stole from your husband.
I don't know what you're talking
Then
about.
you picked up the paper knife from his desk and stabbed him.
That's not true. It was Arthur who did it.
Remember the blood, Mrs. Colby, the blood that stained your dress?
No.
I found that dress with the blood stain still on it.
You're lying. I burned it this morning.
Thanks for the confession, Mrs. Colby. Perhaps we'd better drive down to headquarters now and make it official.
It was a trick. You didn't know anything.
Oh, yes, I did. But I had no proof until you gave yourself away. Come on, let's go.
No, not to the garage.
I'm going to let you drive me to headquarters.
I won't go in there. I won't.
Oh, yes, you will. Wait till I open this garage door.
Let me go. Let me go.
Where's the motor of that car running?
I don't know.
There's someone in it.
No.
Good heavens, it's Patsy.
Well, Miss, they say I can leave the hospital tomorrow. Isn't that wonderful?
Wonderful that you're alive, Patsy. Another couple of minutes in that garage and you'd have been my late lamented secretary.
Oh. Well, I'm sure glad you came along when you did. But tell me, Miss, how did you know Mrs. Colby killed the doctor?
I knew because Richard smoked Turkish cigarettes. But the laboratory analysis of those shreds of tobacco in Henderson's ashtray proved that they came from some ordinary popular brand.
Oh, and that eliminated Richard.
Yes. Colby smoked a pipe, so he was in the clear. So it had to be his wife.
I don't follow that, Miss. Couldn't it have been some completely unknown person?
But you're forgetting that the knife was found in Colby's pocket. And outside of Richard or Colby himself, the only person who could have put it there was Mrs. Colby.
Well, yes, but what was behind all this business?
There's a plot to get control of Colby's money by having him put in an asylum as a homicidal maniac.
Mm-hmm.
That's why Mrs. Colby hired Henderson, an ex-vaudeville hypnotist, mind you, to pose as a psychiatrist.
And by putting Colby under hypnotic influence, Henderson could make him do peculiar things the next day and then forget all about them.
He could and did. And after a few incidents like that, all before witnesses, mind you, Mrs. Colby would have no trouble at all getting her husband put away as a dangerous lunatic.
Then Richard was completely innocent.
Didn't know a thing about it. You know, the whole scheme might have worked out if Henderson hadn't got greedy and used hypnotism to make Colby draw that $20,000 out of the bank and bring it to him.
Yes, that was a fatal error.
I should say it was. Made Mrs. Colby furious.
So that's why she killed him.
That was one reason. She also saw a perfect chance to get rid of the only person who knew her plans and at the same time put her husband in the asylum as a homicidal maniac by putting the blame on him.
What a dirty frame-up.
Oh, by the way, Patsy, you get 50% of the fee on this case, you know.
I do?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Because you caught the killer before I did, even if you didn't know it.
Well, I hope I never catch another one. Catching criminals is awfully hard on the head.
This is...
NBC presents transcribed Frank Lovejoy in Night Beats.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. You never know when there's magic in a story. I mean the magic that takes a routine yarn and suddenly electrifies the whole country, giving the good people an emotional bath. You take the story of Jody Levering, age 5, going on 6. At noon Sunday, the lost boy report came in, just one of 40 or 50 on a normal day. But the boy hadn't been found by 8 o'clock that night. And then the story broke on the other side of town, down among the lower bistro set in Lost Man's Canyon, where an ancient church with its tall spire benignly spreads its protection over a neighborhood that consists of missions, pawn shops, buy your shoes with a shirt off your back second-hand stores, 5 and 10 muscatel shops, and honky-tonks. Jody Levering, 5 going on 6 missing. And in the church, Father Clary was preparing for evening prayers. Miss Gately, the organist, was at the organ when the old caretaker wandered through the vestibule.
Time to ring the bell, Father?
Certainly, John.
Good. Here we go. My gosh. Father?
Yes, John? What is it?
There's something wrong up in the tower. The bell doesn't...
Oh? Let me try. Well, first time I've ever had trouble with it.
Guess I better go up.
You be careful. Those wooden steps.
Haven't been up for a long time, have I? I'll get the bell fixed in a jiffy.
It was a friendly sort of church over 60 years old, with the kind of stained glass windows and rows of worn benches you rarely see anymore. The organ was on the right side of the altar, and behind it was a door that opened onto the rickety wooden stairs leading up 65 feet to the belfry. Father Clary stood at the bottom of the circular stairway and peered up into the darkness of the bell tower as John, puffing and sighing, reached the top. And suddenly...
John! John, are you all right? Oh, I told you to be careful.
Push.
What?
Stay out! Stay out!
Who is it? Who's up there?
Stay away, you hear? If you even try to come near me, I'll kill the boy!
That's the way it broke. Jody Levering, 5 going on 6, no longer missing. Now found in the bell tower of the Church of St. Francis. But how do you get him down? A man up there with him who didn't think twice about pushing an old man down a 65-foot stairway. The extras hit the street inside of 7 minutes. Child hostage in church tower. That was the magic. It went over the wire services. Inside of 12 minutes, it had spread from the Atlantic to the Pacific, from Mexico to Canada. And before the extras had hit the street, the people of the night had drifted out of the bars, the muscatel shops, the tattoo emporiums, and dark doorways. And they'd congregated on the sidewalks and flowed over into the street, their necks craned upward, up to the belfry of the old church. The police threw a cordon around the church, and the fire department was there with ladders and nets, equipment for catching a falling body.
I know who the man is, Randy?
No, not yet.
What did he come here for?
It'll be interesting to find out. Sterling! Lieutenant Sterling!
Hey, yeah, what is it, Stone?
Anything I can do?
Yeah, keep out of the way.
Who is it up there?
How do I know? Look, don't get underfoot. This is tough. Get that mic around the front, Sergeant. I want the loudspeaker set over here.
He can't last up there.
No, neither can the boy.
Yeah, it's just a question of hanging around until something happens. Cut and dry. They'll toss us some tear gas and we'll be all over it.
If you were up there, what would you use to protect yourself?
The boy.
Yeah, the boy.
Yeah, but the guy's a sucker. He can't get away with it.
Well, sure he can't, but what about the boy? Police can't do anything if it'll hurt that kid. That killer's got more protection up there than an armory you've given.
This is the police. Hello up there. You have no way out. You might as well come down peacefully. Give up the child. You're entirely surrounded. There's no way out for you.
Lord! Lord! Here he is! He's alive! Oh, don't get it!
He was holding the boy out of the tiny window up at the top of the tower. And suddenly, no one was breathing. No one in that whole crowd all around me. The child dangling in space 65 feet from the ground.
But if you come near me, I'll drop you. If you do anything at all.
He pulled the boy back into the tower. Everybody began to breathe again, a little shocked, a little thrilled, too.
What a picture that would make, huh, Stone?
You know where I can get some binoculars, Harry?
Huh? Binoculars?
Yeah, I might be able to see into the window of that tower from the top of that building down the street.
Hey, that's right. It is about the same height.
It'd help if we knew what he was doing.
Yeah, binoculars. Yeah, Beckett, tough coat.
Can you reach him?
I'll give him a buzz.
If you'll come down, it'll save us all a lot of time and trouble. Do you hear me up there?
Keep the monk alive. Won't do any good now. Maybe later. Connors.
Yes, sir.
Get those searchlights on.
Yes, sir. Light them. Hey, Lieutenant, if we could get a tear gas bomb in that window, I got a pretty good throwing arm.
Even if you were Grover Cleveland Alexander, what have you missed?
Oh, it was inspirational. That magic in a story all around me, standing on the sidewalk across from the church of St. Francis. Looking up where the cones of light speared the tiny window. And then something real came out of the crowd. The child's mother.
Jody, my baby.
Mrs. Levering, it'd be better if you didn't... Connors.
Yes.
That she stays in my car. Have someone stay with her.
Jody.
Oh, where's your husband, Mrs. Levering?
Jody.
Your husband. Where is he?
Where?
Connors, take care of her. I want those lights kept up there on the tower.
My husband's not here. New York, I'm busy. Jody!
We're going to save him, Mrs. Levering.
Hello, Father.
Mr. Stone.
How's the old gentleman who was knocked down the stairs?
Oh, John, his legs are broken, but he'll be all right. Any way to get up there, Father? Back way or anything?
Just the wooden stairs, Lieutenant, as far as I know. There are some musty old rooms and hallways downstairs. You know how they built a church 60 years ago.
Yeah.
Lieutenant, I'm going up.
Going up? Where?
Up the wooden stairs inside the church to the belfry.
But
I can't leave that child up there. I can't.
It's dangerous, Father.
It's dangerous not going up, Mr. Stone.
But, Father...
Oh, no. I'll be all right. He won't harm me.
Father Clary went back inside the church, and I followed him. He went down the long aisle, past the organ, and through the door. I stood and watched him start up the rickety stairs. He wouldn't let me go with him. He wouldn't let me talk him out of it. A short and stocky man, puffing a little, past 60, holding onto the flimsy railing as he went up and up the circular stairs. What do you do? What kind of logic do you use? Surround the church, get the fire department nets out, try to think of everything the maniac up there could think of, but no way to prevent Jody Levering's death. Sure, you could get him, but how long would it take to throw a 40-pound child out of a stone window? In which direction would he throw it? How far out? You played games with a child's life?
I said don't come up here! I'll kill him!
Father Clary's footsteps stopped, and he began talking. I couldn't hear the words. I knew what they were, but I couldn't hear them.
I'll kill him! I'll kill him! I'll kill him!
I didn't have to go outside to know what was happening. Holding him out the window, threatening to throw the child. I looked up into the blackness of the bell tower. Father Clary was coming down. And at the bottom, my reporter friend had a cameraman ready to get some pictures of Father Clary.
Take it from that angle, Angie. Get a shot of Father Clary's face.
Not missing any bets, huh, Harry?
Oh, hello, Randy. I got those binoculars for you. Here he comes, Angie. You'll be tired. Get an angle on the face. I want his eyes. I want to see the defeat. Father!
Not a picture.
Get it, Angie. What do you say, Father?
He wouldn't kill me. He wasn't interested in killing me.
Yeah, but what did he say?
Mr. Stone, what can we do?
Were you able to see him, Father?
Oh, it was too dark.
His voice, young, old?
Can I have another shot of you, Father?
His voice? How can you tell?
Sick?
Yes, sick. His soul is sick.
How about it, Father? Another picture?
Outside the church in the street, the crowd kept growing, pushed back by the police. Dark faces in a dark night, their eyes roving incessantly, a little undercurrent in them. What do they think, these people? Do they think like Mrs. Levering, who can't think anything because there's the white heat of fear in her? Jody, 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 that's all. Just a name, 5 going on 6. What do you think, you eating a sandwich, and you smoking a pipe? A pipe, that's for chess, for reading, for a gentle kind of thinking. What's in your mind, stranger? What are you thinking about puffing your pipe? And you, lady, what's on your mind?
Somebody climb around the other side and come in through the window. I don't understand why they don't do.
Absolutely right. I think they ought to...
Who stays out in the night? Who stays out and crowds the street and spills out into the gutter, rubbernecks to be in on the kill? It was easy to spot the people from the other side of town, the ones who didn't belong around this 2-bit burlesque free soup kitchen district. Their jacket and trousers matched from the other side of town. But no different from this side. Everybody the same eyes shining, the same taut expectancy in their upturned faces.
All right. All ready? What about it? We're going to use those binoculars?
Mr. Stone.
Yeah?
Let's go.
I'll tell the lieutenant. I'll meet you up on the roof.
Okay.
Randy Stone?
Yeah?
My name is Ralph Benton, Mr. Stone.
Oh?
University of Chicago. I'm taking a Ph.D. in psychiatry.
Oh, yeah.
No, wait. Will you, look, this is what I'm studying. The psychology of that man up there.
Oh, later on,
no,
son.
Look, from the time they're children, behavior patterns, you can tell them.
Sure, I'll see you.
No, wait, look, I've got to tell somebody about it.
About what?
This is the time when something can be done. People aroused.
Can be done about what?
Well, that kind of a man, Mr. Stone, the psychopath.
Uh-huh. Well, who does what about it?
Well, the people have to do it. They're sick. That kind of person is just sick. You can help through your column.
Yeah, well, it won't help right now up there. I'll see you later, son.
Look, Mr. Stone, I've got a plan. That building on the next block, from the roof.
Well, what about it?
Well, it's right on the line with the church belfry. Now, if you had a rifle with telescopic sights, and you waited for the right chance.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that might work.
Now, listen to me. Listen. You've got no chance up there. You haven't done anything yet. Don't do anything foolish. Come down. We won't harm you.
Why doesn't he answer?
He doesn't want to show himself.
Oh, yeah.
A rifle, one shot. It would have to be one shot. It would have to kill him instantly. Or he'd kill the boy.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. We have three fellows we'd like you to meet. I'm speaking about Malone, Kane, and the man called X. Each is in the same business, and a dangerous business it is, outthinking and many times outgunning national as well as international criminals. Make a listening reminder to hear The Amazing Mr. Malone and the Man Called X on Friday. And beginning Sunday, July 1st, Martin Kane, Private Eye. 3 invitations to high adventure over NBC.
And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
I told Lieutenant Sterling about the rifle and the binoculars, and he thought it might be a chance. Risky, because the first shot would have to be the only shot, but a chance. I went to a cigar store on the corner, into a phone booth, and dialed the Southside Hunting Club. I wanted Charlie Peterson, the national champion rifle marksman, and I was lucky. He was there in the club room. I told him what I wanted.
Of course, Randy. I'll have to pick up my gun at the club downstairs from the shop. I left it for a minor adjustment on the sights. I'll meet you on the roof in 15 minutes.
You want to know what it looked like from the top of that building down the street? There were these searchlights pinpointing the stone tower and the tiny windows at the top. No glass of frame other than the cold stone itself. And down below, the fire trucks, the police cars, the crowd of people milling around, their faces turned upward. Occasionally in the darkness, you could see the flash of a photographer's bulb. And over the whole scene, there was a restlessness, because up there was a man and a boy. And death was electric in the air. Lieutenant Sterling and Officer Connors were up on the rooftop with me, waiting for Peterson, the rifle marksman, to join us.
You see anything with those binoculars, Stone?
No. You can't see inside the tower. It's just a black hole.
How's Peterson going to aim?
I don't know. There was a way to get some light.
Searchlight?
Yeah, right up here on this roof. It's on a level with that belfry.
Well, we can try. Connors.
Yes?
Let's get a searchlight up here.
It wasn't as simple as it sounded. The firemen worked with the police in rigging up a block and tackle. They put it on the far side of the roof so that the man in the tower couldn't see what was going on if he happened to look our way. In the middle of the preparations, Charlie Peterson arrived, and we had to explain everything to him. And there was quite a lot of explaining.
Sure, I understand. You're going to flash that searchlight on the tower window, and when he sticks his head out, I shoot.
That's right. You shoot once.
About 200 yards. Wish I'd been able to check these sights. Wind drift past 7 miles set it off about 2 inches at 200 yards.
Can't be a near miss, Peterson. If you only wound him, it'll be the end of the job.
200 yards. When are you going to set up that light?
It's being set up now.
When you spot that window, I'll be able to get a good bead.
We can't spot it, Peterson.
Huh?
The minute we throw the spotlight in that window and light up the tower, he'll probably react.
Take it out on the kid.
So we've got to wait until you're ready. When we snap on the light, you've got to be set to fire immediately. We can't even afford to miss the window with the light the first time.
Oh, I see.
You understand it now?
The rifle was in the shop. It's supposed to be true now. It was a 2-inch drift, but even a half-inch.
Even a half-inch. How big is the heart?
2.5, 3 inches.
200 yards. Maybe I'd better use a kneeling position. Steady.
Whatever's most comfortable.
Oh, prone's the best, but...
Yeah, I know you can't lie down on the wall. This is an awful responsibility, Lieutenant. If someone were on the PA and got to talking to him, maybe he'd show at the window.
Connors, get down there and make with the loudspeaker, huh?
Yes, sir. Just one shot. It could be a bullseye and still not kill him. Can you see anything over there with the glasses, Stone?
No. How about it, Sterling? We almost ready?
Almost.
All right, Peterson?
All right. Stone.
Yeah.
This is the only way that there's no other way, nothing else to do?
Nothing that we know of. Sure, it's a gamble, but it's a bigger gamble just waiting for him to do something.
Sure.
It's no disgrace to back out, Peterson.
Games? I only played games with a rifle.
Well, this isn't a game.
Rifle fixed at the shop. Even a half-inch miss. I could still hit the bullseye and not kill him.
It isn't a disgrace.
You up there?
That's Connors. Ready, Mr. Peterson?
Release the boy.
Yeah.
I'll give you a 3 count. When I get to 3, you switch on the light, Sterling.
Right.
If the boy is
You'll do it, Peterson. I'll have my glasses ready. Okay, Sterling?
Go ahead.
You up there?
I'm ready.
1,
This is the brief.
2, 3.
Release the boy.
Lights!
Shoot, man, shoot.
I can't see.
Hold it. The window, it's boarded up. He put a board in the window.
I don't think I could have pressed the trigger. I don't think I could have.
That was the end of the roof experiment. Peterson left, and Sterling and I went back down to the street. I started through the crowd, dark faces still upturned, and Sterling went back to the PA.
Why don't they do something? I left Billy sitting in the booth, and I said I'd be right back, but I can't go back in. It just can't go away. Something might happen to me that I turn my back on it.
You haven't killed anyone. You haven't done anything really wrong yet. Calm down.
Do you think
You won't be hurt. You have our word. You won't be hurt.
He's scared stiff up there. I remember one time I locked myself in the room when I was a kid, and my folks came at the door. I couldn't move. I was going to be dead.
Hello, Mr. Stone.
Oh.
Mr. Stone, do you remember the Hirons case? Well, they follow a pattern. This man broke into a house. He was caught. And to prevent himself being found out, he killed.
Yeah, I remember. But you were kind of young when it happened.
15, but I'm studying it now in class. This man loves it up there. All the fear in him, the hate for the world. He'll show him. He'll show him.
What did you say your name is?
Benton, Ralph Benton. I've got some theories.
Okay. Maybe they're theories. What are they?
He doesn't want to kill. He'll only do it if he's forced to. You've got to understand the ego. He feels as though the whole world's against him. He's got to prove himself. It starts out with bragging, and then he feels sorry for himself. Nobody loves him. From infancy on, you can trace the pattern. When he's 7, 8, 10, 12, building all the time, going from stealing something because he's putting something over on the world. Not because he wants what he steals.
You sound like a textbook.
Well, I tell you, Mr. Stone, I've studied. I'm majoring in it. When you understand the psychology of that kind of man, you can find the way to overcome him.
All right. What's your idea?
Everybody leave him alone.
Leave him alone?
Yes. Simple, isn't it? You see, if everybody goes away, the limelight will disappear. He hears that voice on the loudspeaker, and it swells his ego. That's what he wants. He's saying to himself, it's me. It's me, all this fuss and bother. It's for me.
So take away this fuss and bother, and you think he won't harm the boy?
Yes, that's right. He's sick up there. Don't you see? Sick in his mind. Insane, but the law doesn't say he's insane. The law says a person is insane when he can't tell right from wrong. But this man knows the difference between right and wrong, so the law says he's sane.
All right, then what is he?
Well, I say he's insane. He can tell right from wrong, but he can't control himself. He can't keep himself from doing wrong. Isn't that being sick, Mr. Stone?
But why would this man take a young boy along with him?
Well, maybe the boy saw him.
You mean saw him stealing?
Yes, that's right.
Then what?
Well, maybe he lived around that neighborhood, and the man would be exposed as a thief. So what does he do? He wants to protect himself. He doesn't want to kill the boy, but he doesn't want the boy to tell who broke into the house. So, well, what can he do?
Look, let's push through here. I want to speak to Father Cleary.
Don't you see? Don't you understand? He doesn't want to kill the boy, but all these people are forcing him into it. It's a challenge to his ego. They'll sit up then and take notice. So, look, why don't we leave him alone? Go away. Just everybody go away and take the sin of attraction away from him. And then...
He doesn't want to kill?
No.
Sure of that?
Sure.
There we are. Let's go inside.
It's so quiet in here.
Yeah. Hello, Father.
Is there anything new, Randy?
Maybe. Let's go over there, Ralph.
Yeah.
Another element of the psychopath, Ralph, is that he likes to flirt with danger. Unless people know him as an individual, he doesn't get any pleasure out of being the center of attraction.
Yes.
Right here. First, you tell me a rifle shot is a good way to stop him. And then you put a board over the window. That told me, Ralph. That told me.
I know.
How did you get down from the belfry?
An old passageway down in the basement through the tunnel that leads to Father Cleary's house behind the church.
Uh-huh.
You can kneel if you want to, son. It'll be easier that way.
Yes, Father. I want to kneel.
It's all right now, Randy.
Thank you, Father. I'm going upstairs and get Jody Levery. So it was Santuary after all, wasn't it? Jody was unharmed, frightened, though. It left a deeper scar on his mother and father. It left a scar on me, too. I wonder how many of those people out there on the street felt cheated. Nothing happened. Nothing. No murder. No killing. Nobody thrown out of a tower. All it was that somebody came to church for Santuary. Yep. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's transcribed story was written by Selig Lester and Merwin Gerard, with music by Robert Armbruster. The part of Benton was played by Stacey Harris. Others in tonight's cast were Joan Banks, Norman Field, John Stevenson, Harry Bartell, Jack Crucian, and Ted DeCorsia. Frank Lovejoy can currently be seen co-starring with Joan Crawford and Robert Young in Warner Brothers' Goodbye, My Fancy. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood.
It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC.
Beginning in 2 weeks, another top mystery show, Martin Caine, Private Eye, joins your NBC lineup. And here is the star of this new series, one of your favorite motion picture actors, Lloyd Nolan.
Thank you. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, on Sunday, July 1st, I'll be on hand as Martin Caine, Private Eye, my new role on this same station.
Listen to Lloyd Nolan as Martin Caine, Private Eye, on this same NBC station every Sunday beginning July 1st.
Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Diamond Detective Agency. We can solve any crime but television.
Diamond, stop clowning and get right down here.
Well, Sergeant Loveloon. What's the matter, Otis? Didn't the zoo pick up your option?
Oh, now quit that. You gotta get right down here. Something terrible's happened.
They haven't made you commissioner.
Worse than that. Lieutenant Levinson's been kidnapped.
Diamond to see you, Captain.
Hello, Collins.
Oh, all right, Diamond.
Otis just called me about Walt.
Now, look, Rick. I know Walt's a personal friend of yours. He's a good friend of mine, too. But this is police business. A cop's been kidnapped.
Diamond was a cop for 6 years.
I don't need a case history, Sergeant.
Oh, get off it, Charlie. I'm down here to help.
Of course you are. But there's one thing I won't stand for, Rick. The way you operate.
Well, what's the matter with the way I operate?
I know how you feel about Walt, and when a guy feels that strongly about someone, he's liable to do a lot of things to get a few answers.
Oh, for Pete's sake, Charlie. What are you going to do? Hold a tea party and hope someone will spread some gossip?
That's not fair, Rick.
Well, if you think I'm going to sit back knowing that Bert Fisher's got Walt...
Who said anything about Bert Fisher?
Well, nobody had to say anything. Pretty obvious, isn't it? Walt sent Bert's brother Art the electric chair. Bert swore he'd get Walt for it. Fisher dies tonight, doesn't he?
Yeah. Sure, I think it's Bert Fisher, too. And we're going to do everything about it we can.
Bert's been in Detroit, hasn't he?
Yeah. I've got a call into Detroit. Should be hearing any time.
This phone call you got saying they had Walt.
I didn't have time to trace it. The guy said Walt was being held, and when Art Fisher dies tonight in the chair, so does Walt.
Charlie, I'm going to work on this thing whether you like it or not.
Well, that figures. But I promise you, Rick, I won't save your skin if you get out of line.
Any leads yet?
No. You're rounding up the usual stoolies.
Well, I know a couple of boys who might have a few angles.
Who?
Nobody who would give you any information. These guys aren't stoolies. They might tell me because I think they like me. You see, Charlie, sometimes it pays not to be a cop.
I'll expect any information you get, Rick.
Oh, sure. Well, I'll see you later.
Rick?
Yeah?
Be a good boy, will you?
Collins, if we don't find Walt by 11 o'clock, can you hold up Fisher's execution?
No.
Oh, it's swell. I'll keep in touch.
Hey, Diamond, do you think you can do anything?
And I can try. Do me a favor, Otis.
Okay.
Get me a complete background on Bert Fisher. Everything. All his friends, his record, as far back as you can go.
Gee, Diamond, I'm scared for the lieutenant.
You're not alone with that one, Otis. In the Bowery, living in a broken-down rooming house, was a man. 20 years ago, he'd come to the big city with his trumpet tucked under his arm. He'd started playing with little combinations along 52nd Street, and pretty soon the word got around. Everyone came to listen to him. They called him the Dean of Jazz, and the title stuck. Then one night he had an argument with one of the Fusari mob, and the next morning they found him in an alley, half dead, his face beaten to a pulp. It was a long time before the Dean could get around again, and it was a lot longer before he could play his trumpet. And by then, no one would have him. He couldn't make enough with the horn, so he tried crime. And that's where I met him. I did him a favor, and a short time later he went straight. He'd still kept his underworld connections, but he wasn't a stoolie. I'd just done him a favor once.
Yeah, who is it?
Richard Diamond.
Oh. Hello, Diamond.
How you, Dean? Like to see you.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of figured you would.
Dean, you ever run into a guy named Fisher? Bert Fisher?
How about a drink?
No, thanks.
Skull. Oh, man, it's going to be hot today.
This, Bert Fisher grabbed Lieutenant Levinson. Says he's going to kill him.
I can't help you.
Oh, Dean, I just need one little lead to get started.
Yeah, sure. Wish I had a fan in here.
How's business?
It isn't. I make enough to pay the rent.
How about a few bucks to keep you going?
Well, I ain't proud, but it won't buy you anything.
The lieutenant's a good friend.
Yeah. Word got around this morning.
Yeah. Here's 10. Buy yourself some groceries.
Yeah, thanks. You did me a favor once.
Forget it.
Bert Fisher's got a lot of rough hoods working for him. They're most all from Detroit, but they kill the same as anyone from here.
Mm-hmm. Dean, do you know anything at all?
I might. Who wants to die?
Hey, still blow pretty good.
Sure, me and Biggs.
Well, I'll see you around.
Yeah, thanks for the 10.
Oh, Dean, about 11 o'clock tonight, play a few bars at the funeral march.
Oh, Diamond.
Yeah?
You remember this tune, don't you?
For it was Mary, Mary, plain as any name can be.
You got it, pal. See you around.
Sergeant Loveloon.
Oh, this is Diamond, Otis. What did you find out?
Oh, I got reports on everybody we know is connected with Bert Fisher. You want me to read them off?
Anybody on that list named Mary?
Mary? No. These guys are all named Hallelujah or something.
Look, check all of those names and see if Fisher or any one of his boys ever knew a girl named Mary. Then after you do that,
You'll what?
Holy smoke, I'll talk to you later. Dean! 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 The Dean had blown his last note. He was sprawled face down on the dirty carpet, clutching the shiny trumpet. The thin line of red was spreading out from a bullet hole in his chest, and the open window sent me across the room in a hurry. I looked out on the fire escape to see a man drop to the alley below. We both fired a split second apart. He staggered as my slug knocked him against the building, and then before I could try again, he disappeared around the corner. I turned, looked down at the Dean, and wondered if Gabriel was getting a lesson in jazz.
Diamond, I warned you before you left here.
Okay, Charlie. A nice guy's been killed, but all the crying in the world isn't going to help.
Hey, I got something, Diamond.
Let's see.
Good grief, he's got the whole department working for him.
Come on, Otis, what have you got?
Is it all right, Captain?
Yeah, go ahead. I should be in the second-hand business.
Report on one of Fisher's old mob, Lou Baxter. Only one of the whole bunch who had a girl named Mary.
Mary? Who's Mary?
Charlie, look at this picture.
Lou Baxter. I've been looking at it all morning.
Well, take another look. This is the guy I shot climbing down off the fire escape after he killed the Dean.
What?
Holy smoke.
You know where you can pick him up?
Oh, he's a local boy, all right. Didn't go back to Detroit with Fisher. I've had a call on him since 10:20 this morning. Hey, what about that girl, Otis?
Name's Mary Sinclair.
Used to go with Lou Baxter, Captain. No address on her.
Mary Sinclair and Lou Baxter, huh? Well, it's the first lead we've had. I'll get the boys on it.
Charlie had his methods and I had mine. Otis got in touch with the musicians local, and in half an hour I had a list of all the places the Dean had worked since the union had a record on him. I started checking dives, restaurants, jam joints, questioning owners, bartenders, waiters. No one knew a girl named Mary Sinclair. Around 3 o'clock, I wandered into a place on 52nd Street known as the Red Parrot.
Hi.
I'm looking for information.
You a cop?
Private cop.
Uh-huh.
You remember a guy who played here last year? Trumpet man, the Dean?
Sure. Everybody knows the Dean. Something wrong?
The Dean got himself killed.
Oh, no. Gee, that's too bad. Real nice guy.
You ever know a girl named Sinclair? Mary Sinclair?
No. No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Hey, mister.
Yeah?
Why don't you ask Ed? He's the boy with the fingers playing the piano. He knew the Dean pretty well.
Thanks. You Ed?
Yeah. What can I do for you, Pops?
I understand you're a good friend of the Dean's.
Sure, we're compatible, but I ain't seen him in a while. You looking for him?
No, for a friend of his, Mary Sinclair.
Cute chick.
Where can I find her?
Why do you want to find her, Pops?
Well, the Dean was murdered a few hours ago.
She used to live over on 47th Street, 69 West. That was a year ago.
You sure about the address?
Couldn't forget it. We had a few balls up there. She was kind of a flip. We had a little combo in here, pretty crazy, too. She used to come in and listen. Real hep on jazz. Knew all the old-timers by name. Like the Dean. Remembered when he was tops, before he got hurt. You ever hear him in those days?
Yeah.
I played with him a lot. Used to watch him real close sometimes. After hours, the boys would just sit around and blow because it felt like it. The Dean used to lean back and close his eyes and blow things like he was getting the word from the other side. It was great. Might have been the greatest. Well, we all got to go on ahead sometime. I guess it ain't so bad, though. The harp's a real wild instrument.
I left the piano player and headed to the address he'd given me. There was a good chance Mary Sinclair wasn't living there anymore, but it was the closest I'd come to any kind of a lead. When I got there, I held my breath and looked at the mailbox. Score for Diamond. Miss Mary Sinclair still lived in the building.
Yeah? Oh, hello.
Mary Sinclair?
Yeah. Whatever you're selling, I'll take a dozen.
I'd like to talk with you.
I'd like you to. Some other time. I'm busy right now.
I'm afraid this can't wait.
It'll have to, baby. Give me a call. Plaza 45466, Mr.
Diamond.
Okay, doll. Call me tomorrow, huh? You got your foot in the door, honey.
Old habit. Can't seem to break it.
Well, I'll break it for you, honey. Your whole leg.
You'll be sorry, doll.
All right, baby. Make it quick, huh? What do you want?
Let's talk inside.
I told you.
Yeah, I know. It's cooler in here.
The coolest. But it won't be for long.
Where's Lou Baxter?
Who?
You know, the boy you used to run around with.
I ran around with a lot of boys. Ever since I was in grammar school, I ran around with boys. It's a hobby.
Where's Lou Baxter?
Baby, I don't know. You want to twist my arm? Go ahead, it might be fun.
He just killed the Dean.
He did? Shame on him.
Forget it, Mary.
Hey, Lou.
Get out of the way. That's the guy who put a slug in me.
Look like you're in pretty bad shape, Baxter.
Doctor's coming. But he ain't going to be able to help you.
See, honey, you should have come back tomorrow.
Shut up.
Well, wouldn't have been half so painful.
I want Bert Fisher.
Well, good for you. Get away from that door. Now, walk into that other room.
Stop it, Baxter. Didn't want to play.
You shouldn't have done that, Charlie. I needed him alive.
That's gratitude for you. I knew you'd get into trouble, Diamond. So I tailed you from that last bar on 52nd. Is this Mary Sinclair?
Charmed, I'm sure.
Ought to stay here. Call the wagon.
Right. There's a doctor coming up. I doubt if he's legit.
Wait for him, then bring him down to the station, Otis. Right. Come on, Miss Sinclair.
Sure, honey. You know, Mr. Diamond, I think I'll have to break that date for tomorrow.
Here are Baxter's things, Captain. Watch, wallet, nothing much.
Yeah, let's check the wallet.
Book of matches. Danny's Diner, Route 51. Check on that, Otis.
Right.
Nothing much in the wallet. Social Security, driver's license, some money. Quite a lot of money. Want to take a look?
Yeah. No addresses, huh?
Here's a ticket to a shoe repair shop.
Well, nothing much here that would give us a lead.
Yeah?
Danny's Diner is about 160 miles out on Route 51. And guess who runs it?
Oh.
Gino Marlowe.
That does it. Call the authorities in that area.
Right.
Gino Marlowe.
8 years for armed robbery. Used to work for Bert Fisher.
Yeah, maybe this is it. What time is it?
Going on 7. This better be it. We only have 4 hours, and you got to drive 160 miles. Captain Collins talked to the sheriff's office and set up a rendezvous with him near Danny's Diner. Then we piled into a squad car and roared across the 59th Street Bridge for Route 51.
Staff on it, Otis.
We're doing 80 now.
10 to 90. It's getting late. Now, Rick, you think we should bust right in the diner and take a Marlowe?
No. Marlowe doesn't know me. Never seen me. You stake out your men around the place and I'll go in. Give me a couple of minutes, then you come in, work on Marlowe a little, and then leave. If he knows where Fisher is, you'll try to get in touch and I'll tag him.
Something for you?
A cup of coffee and a piece of pie.
I got raspberry, chocolate, lemon, peach, custard.
Raspberry.
Yeah. Here you are.
Where's the closest gas station?
About a mile down the road, but I think it's closed. It's after 10. Closes at 10.
Thanks.
Miss? Miss?
Yeah.
Where's Tino Marlowe?
In the back. You want him?
Call him.
Sure. Hey, Mr. Marlowe, someone wants to see you.
Okay, be right there. Yeah, something I can do. Oh, what are you doing way out here, Captain?
This your book of matches?
Yeah, that's the name of my place.
These matches on Lou Baxter. Baxter's dead.
Oh, that's too bad. You're not going to tie Baxter up with me, are you? Lots of people come in here and take my matches.
If Baxter came in here, you saw him. You're an old friend.
Well, sure, I know, Lou, but I ain't seen him in years.
We got word your old boss is in town, Bert Fisher.
Oh, is that right?
Know where we might find him?
No, I haven't seen Bert in years either. Look, Captain, I've been going straight.
Sure.
You're a little out of your territory, ain't you?
This is unofficial. If you were in my jurisdiction, I'd haul you in.
Look, I tell you, I'm going straight. I don't know nothing about Lou Baxter or Bert Fisher.
Okay, Amaro. You may hear from me again.
Nice seeing you again, Captain.
Miss.
More coffee?
Yeah. Where's the phone?
Right over there on the wall.
Is there another one?
In the kitchen, but you can't use that. Hey, you can't go back there.
Honey, it's the police. You stay where you are.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. This is Tino. Let me talk to Fisher. Hey, what are you doing?
Don't move him, Marlowe.
What is this?
Cover up that mouthpiece. Cover it up.
Okay.
Now, when you get Fisher on the line, say what I tell you. Pull that receiver out so I can listen.
Look, friend.
You look. Say one thing wrong, and I'll use this gun.
You a cop?
None of your business.
Well, look, I thought...
There he is. Tell him you just heard Baxter was killed. Tell him.
Hello. Look, I just got news that the Baxter was killed.
Yeah? Okay, anything else?
No, that's all.
No, that's all.
So what's the matter with you?
Nothing.
Okay. Got any more of those? Keep in touch.
Hang on. Now, where's Fisher hiding out? Get up. Where's Fisher hiding out?
You dirty flat foot, you nearly bust my jaw.
Only nearly? Where is he, Marlowe?
Well, you kill me if I tell you.
That's getting late. Are you going to tell me?
Okay. It's in a cabin about a mile up the road.
Come on. You're going to show us.
It's just around that bend.
We better get out here and walk.
How many men has he got in there with him, Chino?
2.
Whose cabin is it?
Mine.
Otis, get out and tell the rest of the men to douse their lights and come over here.
Right, Captain.
Now, here's a piece of paper. Draw us the floor plan of that cabin. Here, I'll give you some light. Okay, go ahead, Marlowe. How many rooms?
3.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're all set, Captain.
Okay.
One big room with a door here, a kitchen here, and a bedroom here.
Where's Lieutenant Levinson?
I only been up there once since they got in. He was in the bedroom.
How about closets, back door?
One closet in the main room here, one in the bedroom here. Let's see, a broom closet in the kitchen and the back door here.
Has it got an attic?
No.
Where's Fisher's car?
Parked around the back in the shed.
Okay, I'll have the men stake out the place. You're going to take me up there, Marlowe.
Me?
He's going to take us up there.
You're a civilian, Rick. If there's any shooting to be done...
If there's going to be any shooting, I'm going to be in on it.
Wait a minute. Who said I was going to take you guys up there anyway?
I did.
I told you everything I know. I ain't going to get my head shot off.
You're going to walk us up there, Marlowe, and you're going to knock on that door.
No.
And you're going to get them to open up.
Look, they're loaded with artillery, shotguns.
When the door opens, you duck.
Okay, suicide.
You heard what the captain said, Marlowe. I'm a civilian. Without a badge, I'm allowed to get pretty nasty with you.
Look, you can't make me do something I don't want to. I know my rights, Captain.
You know something, Rick? I think I'm catching a cold. I can't hear a thing.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
I'll go check the men. I trust you'll not take advantage of the prisoner, Rick. I couldn't hear if he yelled or something.
Wait. Okay. Fine cop.
All right, let's go. All right, men. Listen now. I'm going up with Diamond. 3 of you take that side of the house. 3 take the other. You and you go around the back to the shed where the car is.
Yeah.
Otis?
Yeah?
You and this man cover the front, but stay out of sight. If it comes, it'll come in a hurry, so close in fast.
And look, boys, the lieutenant's in the back room, so try and be as careful as you can.
All set?
Yep.
Let's go, Marlowe.
There it is.
Light in the front window.
It's 10 minutes of 11. I hope their watches aren't fast.
Keep going, Marlowe.
Okay, Otis. You two drop here.
Right, Captain. Good luck.
What are you stopping for, Marlowe?
I just remembered they told me to yell if I came up.
If you try to pull anything...
No. Honest. They told me to yell.
Okay. You stay here. We're going up on that porch. Count 20, then yell.
And play it smart. I won't fool with you, Marlowe.
Okay, Captain, but I'm scared stiff.
You're not alone. Come on, Charlie.
Get on that side of the door.
Hey, Bert, it's me, Chino. Hey, Bert, I gotta see you.
You along?
Yeah. Can I come up?
It's all right on him, Ed. Okay, come on up. Get him right back. Come on, you dirty. One going to the... Look out!
Okay. Don't shoot anyone. I'm hurt.
See you, Walt, okay. Walt?
Well, it's about time. Get these ropes off me.
You okay, Walt?
Yeah. Thanks, Charlie. What time is it?
11 o'clock. Happy birthday.
Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and was written by Blake Edwards with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. This is Bill Foreman speaking. Richard Diamond, Private Detective is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle.
Richard Diamond, Private Detective, has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
Detective Agency.
This is Miss Bergamot.
Oh, Miss Bergamot, I'm so sorry, but Mr. Spade isn't in. He ought to be back any moment, however. That is, if you wish to employ him. This is his secretary, Miss Perrine.
Well, as a matter of fact, Miss Perrine...
Oh, he'll be available, I know. The matter he's attending to is, it's purely routine. What he calls a humdrum number.
Humdrum?
Well, it's a private detective version of babysitting. You see, all Mr. Spade had to do was sit on a chair for 24 hours. And that's why I say he'll be back any minute. His last words to me were, take anything. So if you desire his services...
I do not desire Mr. Spade's services. As a matter of fact, he's using mine.
What?
I'm his nurse at the Harbor Emergency Hospital.
Nurse, another shot. Please, this time, bourbon.
You must lie quietly, Mr. Spade. He's coming along quite nicely. The bullet didn't enter the cranium at all.
Bullet? Cranium?
Both. Mr. Spade wants to...
But I refuse, nurse. I refuse. But, Miss Nightingale, I am. F. Wonder Girl.
Sam.
Oh,
Sam.
Dry those big brown eyes, Sheriff. Fluff up the sofa and spread out some lamp for me to lay my poor bullet-ridden head on. In practically no time at all, I'll be staggering in to gasp out a humdrum report on the Kimberley Cross caper.
For NBC, William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, brings you the greatest private detective of them all in The Adventures of Sam Spade.
Hospitals, milk. Enough to break down your whole constitution, give you fits.
Sam?
Who else?
Oh, Sam. You look like the drummer man in the Spirit of 76.
Nothing. As you know, Angel, no profession is without its hazards, least of all this tawdry one of ours. Now, sit down now.
Oh, yes, Sam.
Now, may I put my poor wounded head in your lap?
Oh.
Comfy?
Mm-hmm. Poor Sam.
They're stupid, too, honey. Let's see now. Hey, new filling. High twos, huh? Date, fill it in to G.J. Runcible, Claims Manager, Sunset Indemnity Company, from Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, the Kimberley Cross Caper. Dear Mr. Runcible. It's just as well for private investigators that we have no way of knowing, by the way a job starts, how it's going to end. I remember once I went beating the bushes for a mad dog killer and ended up playing Monopoly with him in a hotel room for 6 hours. And I remember, too, the time I agreed to take a box of homemade candy to an old lady, wound up with a double murder and a case of arson. Yours, Mr. Runcible, belong to this species. Spade.
G.J. Runcible, Sunset Indemnity. You available?
Maybe. What'd you have?
Are you or are you not available, Mr. Spade?
Answer yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
How much?
$50 a day.
Expenses, right. Got a job for you next 24 hours. All you got to do is sit on a chair and keep your eyes on something beautiful.
Sounds keen.
Might call it a babysitting job.
Oh, who is she?
Kimberley Cross.
Pretty?
Like $250,000.
Oh, rich, too, huh?
She's on exhibit at the Bergendorf Galleries on Sutter Street.
She's on exhibit?
Get over there right away.
Well, I better.
Check with Mr. Bergendorf personally and then see Johnny Stroud, our company man. He'll give you instructions.
Fine. Now, why don't you tell me what we're... Hello? Hello? Always happens on page 6. Mr. Bergendorf! Mr. Bergendorf, you!
Sorry, sir. The exhibit officially does not until 9 a.m. begin. As you see...
It's 8:45. I won't charge you, Mr. Bergendorf. I won't charge you. You can bring out the baby any time now. Mr. Runcible of the Sunset Indemnity sent me. Here's my credentials.
Mr. Spade, you are?
Mr. Spade, I am, yes. Now, what's with this Kimberley Cross?
To a single-horse gallery such as mine comes such an honor only once.
Yeah.
Today only Bergendorf's is with Tiffany's in the same class.
Mm-hmm.
Here.
Huh?
A picture of Kimberley Cross.
Yeah?
14 stones, all blue-white. 8 down, 6 across. Total, $268,000 plus 20% tax.
Oh, jewelry.
To call this jewelry is to call Elizabeth Taylor a garden variety tomato.
Yeah.
It's a crown jewel from Thuringia, Mr. Spade.
Really?
It's part of estate of a dead duke. Its price tag $268,000 plus.
Yeah. Where is it?
Involved. Time lock. Comes 9 o'clock on the nose, she opens. Then...
Yeah, the exhibit begins. Yeah, there's a company man here from the insurance outfit, isn't there?
Johnny Stroud.
Oh, where is he?
He's working concealed.
Oh?
This man Stroud undercover. Clever stuff, huh? You see, parked at curb across the street, one autobus.
Oh, yeah. Department of Public Health, City and County of San Francisco. What,
Anti-tuberculosis campaign.
Pardon?
Is giving to public for free gratis 1 X-ray per citizen for chest cavity.
Oh, chest X-ray.
Handily parking opposite the Bergendorf Gallery, so inside Mr. Stroud can take for himself a plant. Get it?
Clever. The free gratis autobus for chest X-rays was a square-in job, complete with reception compartment, X-ray machine, and attendant. The latter a sincere type with horn-rimmed glasses and white-starched blouse. I use the word sincere advisedly, since he was at the moment doing a selling job on Johnny Stroud.
You know what I always say, Stroud?
What do you always say, George?
You never can tell about a call. You never know. Yeah, you see right there.
I got a cold.
Maybe. 8 to 5, it's only a cold. But 5 to 8, oh, let me take the picture now. No charge, no pay.
No dice. Go away. Oh, Spade?
Yeah.
Good. Come on in. The boss said he was sending you up. Plenty of room back here.
You realize you're standing right in front of my X-ray machine?
We'll move when you get a customer.
Customers, yes. Where are they? Where are those chests? If people only knew that 8 to 5 it may be a cold. Then
Did Runcible brief you on this, Spade?
Yeah, it was brief, all right.
How do you make it?
14 vulgar-sized diamonds looking for a buyer. Sunset indemnity insuring Bergendorf against loss during the 24 hours they're on his hands.
That's 2 for you.
There's 2 against me, too.
Oh?
Like, why does Sunset Indemnity need outsider help when they have you? And why are you playing like a movie dick when the sensible thing to do is to sit down next to the exhibit with both eyes open and a rod under your arm?
What are you doing, George?
I'm testing my machine. Don't let me interfere with you, boy.
George doesn't like me.
I see that.
Well, I guess the boss left out one item, Sam.
A tip?
Yeah. Last night, some schmo called him around midnight and got him out of bed.
Oh?
Runcible's a pessimist, you know. When Sunset Indemnity's on the line for $250,000, he tends to get jumpy.
Who had the tip?
Anonymous.
They all are.
Right from the oat bin, the guy says. Somebody's going to take a running jump at the Kimberley Cross while it's at Bergendorf. Needless to say, for the balance of the night, Runcible does not sleep. So today we got reinforcements. Georgie?
Yes?
I'm going to leave you now, George, to take my post across the street while Mr. Spade...
Hey, wait a minute, Johnny. Look, in front of Bergendorf's.
The dame?
The dame. To paraphrase Bergendorf, calling her a dame was like calling the Kimberley Cross a hunk of jewelry. But that's not what interested me, at least not right then. She was walking back and forth in front of Bergendorf's like a kid at the dentist door trying to get up the nerve to push the button. Quoting from my notes, it says 9:02 a.m., girl, 5 feet 2, blonde, early 20s, gray tweed suit, spent a few indecisive minutes in front of Bergendorf's, finally went in. She came out almost immediately, started west on Sutter, then evidently saw a patrol officer approaching on same side of street, hurriedly crossed toward our post in Public Health Department Mobile Unit number 2 and entered.
Hello.
Well, good morning.
Am I too early for the...
Oh, you're just in time. First customer of the day. Yeah, let's see now. Name?
Martin.
Martin. First name?
Bernice.
Address?
826...
She wasn't a very good liar. While she was telling him her name was Bernice Martin, she filled with a leather handbag with the initials PC on it, big enough to read from across the street. George filled the form out, then moved her around to the machine. By now, the cop she was ducking had walked by and turned the corner.
Shall I...
No, it won't be necessary to take off your coat.
Is this all right?
That's good. Stand right there. Hold still now. Take a deep breath. Hold it. There. That's all there is to it. You're doing a wise thing, lady.
You think so?
Certainly. 8 to 5, it's only a cold, but 5 to 8... You never know. Here's your stub with your number on it. We'll notify you in a few days.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Whereupon Miss P.C. hustled down to the corner and into a drugstore. 5 minutes later, she still hadn't come out. Stroud was beginning to champ at the bit.
So what, Sam?
So she's worried. She's ducking cops. She's using a phony name.
Or her girlfriend's handbag. Look, I'm going.
Hey, wait a minute. I'm sure I've seen her somewhere before.
Where?
I don't know, but I think it was around headquarters.
Now who's playing movie, Dick? Look, it's 10 after 9. I'll go over and settle down next to the vulgar diamonds, and you make yourself comfy with Georgie.
If I get busy, out you go,
Keep
pal.
your eyes on the customers going in and out. There's a good loud burglar alarm over the door there. You can hear it a block away. You see what I mean? It's good and loud. Holy cow.
Stroud took the gallery, and I set sail for the corner drugstore, pulling up in 20 seconds flat. She was gone, of course. The druggist was at the fountain, mixing a Coke, which he spilled when I reached across and grabbed him by the lapels.
Blonde, you say?
Yeah, young, gray suit. I told you, Jack, she just came in here.
I know. What do you want to know about her?
What'd she do, telephone?
Nope. She was just like you. Asked me about a guy.
What guy?
Larry Galliano, his name is. Wanted to know if I'd seen him come by this morning.
Who's he?
I don't know.
Did she describe him?
Didn't have to. His picture's on page 1 of the morning paper. Here, take a look.
It was no time to dawdle, but I gave it 10 seconds. Larry Galliano, a one-time gas station stick-up artist, had just been released from Quentin after doing 5 years. On the way across the street to Bergendorf's, it came back to me where I'd seen her, standing outside the courtroom, crying when they sentenced him 5 years ago.
Over here, Sam.
Yeah. Oh, no. Bergendorf, huh?
Yeah, shot from behind. The stones, needless to say.
Sure.
Maybe you were right about that dame.
No, she didn't have time. Someone was hiding in here waiting for Bergendorf's to open up this morning.
How'd you get out?
Well, there must be a back door in this joint.
I'll check it. The phone's on the desk. Wake up Lieutenant Dendy, huh?
Right. How he'll love it, too. 2 of us holding hands across the street while...
Stroud! Johnny Stroud!
Look, it's me, Bergendorf, Sam Spade.
Stroud!
He's checking the back door. Who did it?
Double-crossed me. Wanted it all.
Who? Who you talking about? It was as plain as a man in his condition could have made it. Obvious to anyone with average intelligence. But for stupid Sam, it was still a long voyage home.
You are listening to the weekly adventure of radio's most famous detective, Sam Spade. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. There's music for you tomorrow on NBC with the distinctive 4-keyboard styling of the First Piano Quartet. This widely acclaimed and unique musical organization brings you a melodic blend of classical and light classical selections in 4-part harmony every Saturday. And tomorrow there's also a 1-hour concert by the NBC Symphony Orchestra under the baton of Walter Duclos. Featured in tomorrow's symphony performance are works by Sibelius and Schumann. It's the best in music every Saturday with the NBC Symphony and the First Piano Quartet. And now back to the Kimberley Cross Caper, tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
It was a dirty, selfish trick, but I left Johnny Stroud at the Bergendorf Gallery to play Porchese with Dundee and Company, knowing in advance pretty much how the Prater was going to run. Then called the Chronicle and found the picture of Larry Galliano had been taken yesterday as he walked out of a flea bag on Mission Street called the Aeolian Hotel.
Galliano?
Yeah.
Sure. I know him. Stayed here night before last. Until I found out about him.
Oh, found out what?
That he was an ex-con.
Wow.
This here's a respectable house, mister.
Uh-huh.
We don't cater to felons, misdemeanors, or any other members of the demons.
Demons?
Yes, indeed. So, when I found where Galliano come from, why...
Yeah. Now, look, did he give you a forwarding address?
I don't know. Let me see, Sam. Yes. Oh, yeah. Christopher Apartments on Jones. See. See, you're a lucky young man. Yeah, my girlfriend's a landlady over there. Now, looky here. Don't you sweet talk her now.
Out of the way, boy. Out of the way.
Look, all I want, madam, is one moment of your time.
I already told you, boy, I don't know no Galliano. Never heard of him. Pull up, so I don't want to hear from him.
Yeah, well, wait a minute now. Will you just take a look
one side, boy, one side.
I'm sorry.
More right there, sweet. I had no time for
Well,
it.
Mrs. Landlady, I'm afraid you've lost out.
What?
Yeah, you were in line to win a bagless vacuum cleaner, you know.
Oh, wait a minute, Curly. Wait a minute. What you want to know, bud?
Yes. Well, this Galliano just might be using another name. Now, this is his picture right here.
Oh.
Yes. Now, I will rephrase my question. Has he been around?
Nope.
I see, landlady.
Well, do I win?
Oh, I am sorry, but stand by for the giant jackpot.
Is it electric?
I patted her cheek, made a detour around her, and left, figuring to check with the parole board. But as I was climbing into the cab in front of the building, a stray thought hit me, and I went back to the doorway and cased the nameplates again. This time for someone with the initials I'd remembered seeing on the blonde's handbag, PC. I did better. Patricia Conroy was living in apartment 402. I buzzed 4 times, then tried the door. It was open. I gave the living room and bedroom a fast toss, moved on to the kitchen, and cased a hamper full of laundry on the back porch. Result, nil. I'd about decided I was in the wrong apartment when I noticed something that changed my mind. A crumpled up envelope in a wastepaper basket in the living room with today's date on it, marked Western Airlines, Flight 6 to Los Angeles, passenger L.P. Galliano. I had the phone in one hand and a finger on the dial when...
Put it down.
Huh? Oh.
Are you going to put the phone down, or do I have to shoot?
You mean there's no third choice?
Put it down.
Sure. Now what?
Sit down. You'll be here for a while.
Oh?
His plane lands at Burbank in a half hour. If you have any dates between now and 4:30, forget them.
Mm-hmm. Mind if I smoke?
Go ahead.
Oh. You know, this is pretty heavy-handed stuff for an eye, you know.
I've grown up a lot in the last 2 days.
Not enough, honey, or if you wouldn't be stooging for Galliano. He can't run away from this kind of a wreck, you know.
48 hours.
Hmm?
That's how long Larry's been out of the pen.
Well, he didn't waste any time getting back in stride.
Look, what's your name?
Spade.
Spade, what if I told you Larry Galliano had nothing to do with it?
I might give you quite an argument.
And I don't feel like arguing, so I'll just tell you.
Good.
Someone offered him the job at Bergendorf's the day he got out. Larry thought it was legitimate until he heard a couple of things by accident.
Like what?
Like getting hired to play fall guy in a phony robbery.
You mean Bergendorf was in?
Sure. Till this morning.
Uh-huh.
They figured Larry'd be a handy guy to have hanging around with his big, fat prison record when the diamonds disappeared. That's what he told me, and I believe him. I love him. Whether or not you believe or love me or him, I do not care. I also do not care what kind of a rap you pin on me when this is all over. All I want is time, enough to do a couple of errands. Now, hoist it out of that chair and put it down in the closet there. You hear what I said?
Yes, ma'am. I was wrong. She was no ingenue. Happily, the closet had a light in it, so I settled down on a hat box and read some old copies of Mademoiselle until 5:30 when I heard the door close. What with soundproof outside walls, no window, a double slab door with a lock she thoughtfully filled with gum, it was almost 7 when I got back to my office. The next move, of course, was to call Lieutenant Dundee and wise up the Los Angeles police on Galliano. I picked up the phone and put it down 4 times. There was no use kidding myself. The yarn she told was pretty wild, but there was something about the way she told it. And I believed her. In here. Yeah.
You remember me this morning, huh?
Oh,
George,
yeah.
the technician from the X-ray mobile unit?
Yeah, George, what's on your mind?
Funny thing, that girl, 34 chest, you remember the blonde?
Oh, yeah, I remember her very well, George. What about the blonde?
Well, I tried to call her. Operator says there's no such number, and the company has no record of a Bernice.
She was using a phony moniker, George. Her name's Patricia Conroy.
Oh, now why would she do that?
Well, a girl's got to be careful, you know.
She does, for sure.
How come?
How come? I kind of took an interest in her case, you know. I rushed the pictures through as soon as we closed up tonight. She's an incipient case.
Oh?
Yes. I wanted to wise her up right away. You see, here. Oh.
This is...
No, this one's Johnny Stroud. I took it when he wasn't looking. Told him I was testing. He was right at that. Nothing wrong with him. But I always say you never...
Yeah. How about the girl? How about the girl?
Cold. Oh, yes. Here, now, look. You see this shadowy part here?
Yeah? Hey, wait a minute. I wasn't looking at the shadow part. I was looking at something at the left side of the picture, right where the inside coat pocket would be. The clear black outline of the Kimberley cross.
You mean she had the...
Yeah. Give me the phone.
Well, I thought it was one of those clip gimmicks the girls wear on
The phone.
Oh.
Spade?
Johnny Stroud.
Look, I got news for you.
I got news for you, too. I spotted that blonde again.
Where?
In a bar on Kearney Street. Talking to guess who?
You mean Galliano?
Who's he?
Never mind. Who was she drinking with?
Papadopoulos, the biggest jewelry fence on the coast.
Where are you now?
Outside her apartment. Jones near Post. I think the number's...
I'll be up in 5 minutes.
Look, like I told you, Spade, I don't want to argue.
She says she doesn't want to argue, Sam.
Too bad. I don't mind telling you I'm a little burned up, baby. I fell for that line you handed me this afternoon. I didn't even mind sitting in your closet for 2 hours.
What's that?
Sure, she's got a .32 tucked away here somewhere. Had me looking up the barrel while she dished out a lot of... Who's got the cross, honey? You or Galliano?
We don't know anything about it.
Then what were you doing in that bar with Papadopoulos?
Larry said whoever had it would try to move it through him. I thought I could get to him, but I was wrong. How did that sound?
What do you think?
Look, I walked into Bergendorf's this morning.
Why'd you run out?
The vault was open. Furniture was overturned. Bergendorf didn't answer when I called. I figured it was a setup for Larry to check in, and he was on his way, so... It does sound phony, doesn't it?
It sure does, honey.
I had a lie, I guess. I could make up a better story than that.
Oh, you're doing great. Why'd Larry blow Tom?
You need a diagram? He was scared. What chance is an ex-convict when it's his story against someone else's?
What did you do with the 32?
In the drawer. Over there.
Now, here's the big question, honey.
I can't tell you anything else.
Where are the diamonds?
How do I know? How do I know?
Look, you're a real modest girl, Patricia. As a liar, you're sensational.
I'm not lying. Oh, believe me.
You had the Kimberley cross in your inside coat pocket when you came into the wagon this morning.
What are you talking about?
I'll get it. The X-ray, baby. Take a look. You asked for a diagram. There it is, in your inside left pocket.
Oh, wait a minute.
Hello?
Mr. Spade?
Yeah?
This is George, the technician again.
This is all wrong.
Hold it, George.
Let me see that.
I don't have any inside pocket. Look, I'm wearing the suit right now.
Hold it. George, what is it?
Well, I got to worrying about that print of Miss Conroy's. The incipient case, 34 chest, you know?
Yeah, what about it?
I called the lab and they checked again. It's a mistake, Mr. Spade. A switch. It belongs to someone else.
Who?
Johnny Stroud.
Oh. Oh, well, George, you won't have to worry about making more extra prints.
What?
The ones you have will do.
Huh?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks a lot, George. George is getting worried.
Extra prints?
Yeah, I had him run off a batch. Evidence, trial, DA's office, you know. Now, let's take her in, huh?
Just a minute.
This is crazy. I have no inside pocket. How
You wouldn't argue with a picture, would you, honey? Give me the gun, Johnny. We'll take her in together.
No, wait. I want to settle something else.
Johnny, you're pointing that thing at me. It might go off.
Yeah, it might have that.
What's eating you, Johnny?
I know what's eating him. He's...
Shut up.
You aren't a very good liar either, are you, Sam? There aren't any extra prints.
Well, there's always George.
In a couple of hours, there won't be any. George! No, you don't.
Okay, Johnny, on your feet.
Let me go, Sam. Let me go. We can work out a deal.
Shut up.
Sam, on your head. You're shot.
Here, take the gun. Call Dandy. Get it? Dandy. Homicide. And the next voice I heard belonged to cool, brisk Miss Bergamot of the Harbor Emergency Hospital. Period. End of babysitting session.
How intrepid, Sam. What's your wound?
Nothing, sweetheart, nothing. As Hopalong Cassidy always says in Reel 6, don't worry, honey, it was only a scratch. Now...
Wait.
Now, Can't you get up without moving your lap?
No, but Sam, there's one important omission.
Oh?
The Kimberley Cross. What did Stroud do with it?
That, cherub, is an intramural affair between Stroud and Mr. Runcible. While, as you know, this report is an affair between you and the portable. Scoot.
3 chimes mean good times on NBC. There's music and mystery for you tomorrow evening. For music, it's your hit parade, bringing you the top tunes in the land with Eileen Wilson, Snooky Lanson, and Raymond Scott's orchestra. For mystery, it's The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall as an intrepid adventurer in international intrigue who travels wherever there is mystery, danger, and romance.
Oh, brisk, efficient Miss Perrine. You may lay it on my desk and restore your lap to its original position.
Oh, yes, sir. Comfortable, Sam?
Loving every minute.
Sam,
Yeah?
a girl can't help wondering sometimes.
About what?
Well, the way you described the blonde in your report. Glamorous, like the Kimberley Cross and all.
You like that?
Oh, I just wish sometimes someone else could be your secretary, and I'd be the one you'd meet in a room with velvet draperies and a long cigarette holder and slanting glasses and a black lace negligee.
Hold it, girl, hold it. You've gone quite far enough.
I know, but it's only natural for a girl to want to be glamorous, Sam.
Pardon me. You show up with any of those props, and I'll turn you over my knee.
You like me the way I am, Sam?
Yep.
Why is it always this way? Just when I think I'm getting somewhere, I find myself saying, good night, Sam.
My sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade are produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade was played by Stephen Dunn. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. Also in the cast were Wally Mayer, Fritz Feld, Georgia Ellis, Sidney Miller, Olin Soule, Alice Wellman, and John Monahan. Script for tonight's adventure by Harold Swanton. Musical scoring by Lud Gluskin, conducted by Robert Armbruster. Join us again next week, same time, for another adventure with Sam Spade. Don't underestimate the danger of tuberculosis. Although great strides have been taken toward stamping out the disease, it still remains a menace. Last year alone, it caused 50,000 deaths in the United States. 50,000 needless deaths, because TB can be controlled and cured if caught in time. The key to the complete defeat of the disease is the chest X-ray. You'll find that in many communities, chest X-rays can be obtained free of charge or at a nominal cost.